runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Shawn Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Magglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zach Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his 2nd outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Shawn Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Magglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zach Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The two-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's three-run double in the seventh put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his third win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Magglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The two-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the seventh put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his third win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Magglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a two-run homer.
The two-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's three-run double in the seventh put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his third win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his third win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his second outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA has now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his 2nd outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his 2nd outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Maglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win. The Tigers have now won 5 straight. Felix Hernandez will make his first start in Comerica Park this season and his 2nd outing against Detroit in 2007. He beat them on July 12th at Safeco Field, giving up 10 hits, but just 2 runs over 6 1/3. Hernandez is 11-7 for the season with a 3.96 ERA. Jeremy Bonderman allowed 3 runs over 5 1/3 in a 3-1 loss to the White Sox on Tuesday. Bonderman has a 4-2 career record versus the Mariners and has won both of his starts against Seattle this season despite a hefty 5.54 ERA. Manager John McLaren met with Seattle's young relievers who are not accustomed to pitching in September, let alone a pennant race. He wanted to give them a little vote of confidence. Rookie pitcher Brandon Morrow's ERA has climbed 50% in the past 10 days, and the same goes for Sean Green this past month. If Alex Rodriguez was not in the AL, Magglio Ordonez would be a serious candidate for MVP consideration this season. Mags is in the top 10 of almost every offensive category. He's batting .354, first in the AL. He has 26 homers, 123 RBIs, and has scored 105 runs. He also leads the league in doubles with 47. It's the Mariners and the Tigers. Hernandez matches up against Bonderman. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. in Detroit. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Detroit Tigers try to keep pace with the Yankees in the AL wildcard race as they take on the slumping Mariners in the series finale in Detroit. Felix Hernandez will head to the mound for Seattle against Jeremy Bonderman of the Tigers. First pitch set for 1:05 p.m. at Comerica Park. Adrian Beltre belted his 23rd homer of the season, and Yuniesky Betancourt stroked his 9th homer on the year. But another meltdown by the Mariners bullpen gave Seattle their 4th straight loss, 12-6 to Detroit. Jeff Weaver gave up 7 runs in 5 innings, and his ERA is now inflated back up to the 6+ mark. Brandon Inge made up for a first-inning fielding error with a blast.
Inge hits one high in the air, deep into left field, way back, and that ball is gone. Brandon Inge breaks the tie with a 2-run homer.
The 2-run homer led the way for the Tigers' rally. Placido Polanco's 3-run double in the 7th put the game away as Zack Greinke allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings in relief of Nate Robertson to pick up his 3rd win.
Last night, Brandon Inge hit a 2-run homer off Jeff Weaver. It came in the 6th inning and broke a 5-all tie, and it sent the Tigers on their way to another victory, their 4th consecutive win, and they have taken the first 2 games in this series against the Seattle Mariners. We welcome you inside Comerica Park in downtown Detroit, 3rd and final game in this big series between Seattle and the Detroit Tigers. Check out the standings, and we see that the Tigers still 5 behind the Cleveland Indians. Meanwhile, the wild card's still up for grabs. The Tigers now 3 games back behind New York, and Seattle fallen very quickly. They are 5 games out. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen, glad to have you with us. This is the 3rd and final game. Tigers going for the sweep today. That would be outstanding considering they are still very much alive in the wild card race. And Rod, one of the guys that has really given the Tigers a big lift the last couple of days and really the last week has been Timo Perez. Another big game last night.
Well, it's really nice to get contributions from guys that you really weren't counted on getting contributions from very late in the season. And Timo has provided that for the Tigers since coming up from the minor leagues. It's his 2nd stint up here, but Timo's a guy that's played in postseason baseball. He's not in awe of what's going on here in September. And if you're Jim Leyland, you need a guy that has this kind of confidence to help you out offensively. And not only offensively has Timo gotten it done, but he's also made 3 outstanding plays in this homestand and save some runs for Tigers pitching.
Jim Leyland has not been able to take him out of the lineup. He is in the lineup again today and playing in left field for the Tigers. Now, the pitching matchup today, a very good one. A couple of the young guns in the American League. Felix Hernandez for Seattle, Jeremy Bonderman for the Tigers. This should be a good one.
And, you know, both are similar, although Felix has pitched much better since the break. Bonderman has the stuff to go out and shut down this Seattle offense. Their offense has struggled. They've lost 13 of 14. Bonderman said himself he needs to stay out there for a while today, more than 5 innings. He needs to go to that 7th inning to make it a little easier for Jim Leyland to maneuver his way through that bullpen to get a W here this afternoon. All right, the Tigers have had a good matchup this year against Seattle overall. They have won 6 of the 9 games. 1 more to go against these Mariners. A chance for the sweep here this afternoon at Comerica Park. We'll keep our eyes on the batting title chase as well. Maglio 3 for 6 in the series, batting .354. Ichiro's had a rough go of it, just 1 for 9. He's batting .348. Tigers and M's coming up next. By Dodge, live strong, live bold, live now. Dodge, grab life. Comerica, we listen, we understand, we make it work. And by your Chrysler and Jeep Superstores. Back here at Comerica Park, as the Tigers prepare to hopefully sweep the Seattle Mariners here today. They won the first 2 games of the series. It is cloudy, it is overcast. It's still a nice baseball day nonetheless here in downtown Detroit. And a nice day for a sweep as Jeremy Bonderman prepares to take on the Seattle Mariners here this afternoon. And this ball game today from lovely Comerica Park is presented to you in stunning high definition on FSN HD. Another big crowd here this afternoon as the Tigers wind up this series. This has been a long homestand, and of course on Sundays here the youngsters get a chance to take the field with their big league heroes and running out to the positions as well, and it won't be long before the Tigers take the field here and make the day of a lot of the Detroit area youngsters who get a chance to run the field now with the Detroit Tigers. Jeremy Bonderman is making his way onto the field, and here comes Bondo to make a start against the Seattle Mariners. And this is the lineup that Bonderman will face here this afternoon. It'll be Ichiro Suzuki leading it off in center field. No surprise there. Adrian Beltre has had a good season against Tigers pitching. He is batting second today and playing third base.
Raul Ibanez is out at left field. Jose Guillen is in right field. Ben Broussard is their first baseman. Richie Sexton will DH. And a bottom three features Kenji Jojima, Willie Bloomquist, and Yudieski. Betancourt is batting ninth and playing shortstop. The Dodge scouting report is on right-hander Jeremy Bonderman.
Well, Bondo would like to duplicate what he did in September last year when he was 3-1 with an earned run average under 4. In Seattle, he has had some success against them. The only team he has beaten twice in 2007, and really in his career he's been good against Seattle. He comes in 4-2 against the Mariners. And let's take a look at the Chrysler Jeep defense behind Bonderman today. You've got Santiago at shortstop, his 8th start at shortstop this season, and he doesn't miss any ground balls. You've got Inge on the left side of the infield with him, Polanco, Guillen on the right side, Perez, Granderson, Ordonez in the outfield. Bonderman and Rebello make up the battery this afternoon at Comerica Park.
As we look at the numbers on Jeremy Bonderman, the second half has not been quite as good as the first half, but it looks like he's coming on a bit.
Yeah, for whatever reason. I mean, his stuff can be overpowering. Mid-90s fastball, outstanding slider. Changeup still a work in progress. And when he finally finds that changeup, he will be a guy that will win 15, 18 games every season.
Meanwhile, one of the subplots in this series, this is the final meeting of the season between Ichiro and Maglio, and they are battling it out right now for the batting title in the American League. One has had a good series, that's Maglio. The other has struggled, and that's Ichiro. And because of that, Maglio has opened up a bit of a lead now.
You know, Ichiro gets a lot of base hits against everybody else in the league. Obviously, 204 hits coming into the ball game. He gets 200 hits every season, but Tigers pitching is outstanding on occasion, and good pitching always stops good hitting, and they've been able to really slow down Ichiro this year.
So we are ready for baseball here this afternoon. Tigers and the M's, final game in the series. Detroit going for the sweep and trying to remain close in the playoff chase. They gained a game on Seattle last night, but both New York and Cleveland won, so they are no closer than they were a day ago. Maybe that'll change today. First pitch of the ball game is outside and high from Bonderman. 1-0 on Ichiro. 72 degrees our game time temperature here at Comerica Park. Ichiro lines one to right field on one hop. It's a base hit right at Maglio Ordonez.
That's really the first time in this series where Ichiro has really tried to pull the ball. Every other at bat, he has simply tried to go the opposite way.
So the leadoff man is on. Just the second hit in this series for Ichiro.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch him and keep him close. This is a matchup with Bonderman and Rebello that Suzuki could exploit with his base running prowess. He's very fast over there, and he'll be trying to steal a bag here.
Yeah, 37 swipes this year. Beltre, the number 2 hitter, stands in. And Bonderman very quickly trying to keep him close down at first base. Ichiro is 3rd in the league in steals behind Carl Crawford and Brian Roberts.
And Suzuki is such a difference maker already. Bonderman really concentrating on what he's doing at first base, when really he has to concentrate on Beltre, the hitter.
Strike one on Adrian Beltre. 3 for 7 with a couple of RBIs in this series. Homered in the ball game last night.
Apparently John McLaren, their manager on Seattle side, taking a page out of Jim Leyland's book and some other managers where they like to have a little power in that number 2 spot.
Vidro had been hitting in the 2 spot in the first 2 games, and he was having a nice series.
He must be sick or something, because I can't imagine with them losing 13 of 14 games with the numbers that he has posted this year against Detroit, him getting the afternoon off.
Bonderman very quickly ahead 0-2. And that's line to left field. Perez has to play it on one hop, but the Mariners starting quickly today with back-to-back singles by Ichiro and Adrian Beltre.
The last couple of times that Bonderman has gone out there, he has been able to dodge giving up runs in the very first inning. But this is not a good 0-2 pitch. It's a slider, and it's not located very well. It stays up in the strike zone, and because it stays up in the strike zone, able to get an 0-2 base hit. He had an 0-2 home run in the ball game yesterday against Robertson.
Typically that 0-2 slider that Bonderman will throw is the one that darts outside of the strike zone.
The one that's unhittable.
But that one was on a tee, and here is Raul Ibanez. 2 for 8 in the series. He tripled in the ball game last night late, but that was after the Tigers had built a little bit of a lead. Ball outside, 1-0.
We told you about the success that Bonderman has had so far this year against Seattle Mariners hitters. And when a pitcher has success against you as a hitter, you have to make adjustments, and obviously they've made some adjustments against Bonderman here in the very first inning.
That's outside again. 2 balls and no strikes. Bonderman now has 4 consecutive seasons of winning 10 or more games. He has 11 victories this year. But he's in some first inning trouble here this afternoon. There's a bluff back at second. Ichiro going nowhere.
You know, Bonderman, like CC Sabathia, who pitches for Cleveland, obviously, and will get some consideration for winning a Cy Young this year. Took a while before CC really elevated his game to winning 16, 17 ball games, and the reason why, he goes deep in games, and that's what Bonderman is trying to accomplish today. He said so himself. He needs to stay out there longer than 5 innings.
Jeremy went 5 1/3 in his last start against Chicago. 7 the start before that. Lifted in the air toward left field. It's playable. Timo backing up. Ichiro will tag but hold. Both runners will stay. 1 gone.
It's a nice job by Perez in the outfield, recognizing that Ichiro has a tremendous amount of speed at second. Ichiro went back to tag, but because Timo was alert, he was not able to get to third base. Tebow set himself up perfectly for the throw at third base. A little momentum coming in to make a strong throw. Textbook.
So there's the first out of the inning, and now Jose Guillen standing in against Bonderman.
Well, he's got a good chance of getting out of this inning. Seattle Mariners hits into just about as many double plays as anybody in baseball. They got a lot of guys that ground into a lot of double plays.
And Guillen is one of those. He's bounced into 16 this year. Bonderman can stay to the lower part of the strike zone. He might get another one. Ball 1. Missed the inside part of the plate. Jose Guillen has been with 8 teams in 11 seasons. You talk about well traveled. And he's a guy that has put up really good numbers just about everywhere he has been.
You know, he's always been known as a guy that has been a bad apple, but he has started to mature. And sooner or later you have to mature. There's not many more teams you can play for.
That is ripped to left field. Fair ball. It's going to go to the corner and might score 2 runs. Ichiro is in. Beltre coming around, and the relay throw to the plate is not in time. It's a 2-run double for Jose Guillen. And the Mariners out to a very fast lead today.
Well, you talked about the fact that he needed the ground ball. He needed to work at the bottom of the strike zone. He doubled up with the fastball inside to Guillen, and Guillen turned on it. I don't know how he was able to keep that ball fair. That ball may have been off the plate inside, but Guillen with lightning quick hands rifled that ball down into the left field corner.
2-run double. RBIs 86 and 7 for Jose Guillen. 2-0 Seattle. And here is Ben Broussard. That is already the 3rd hit of the game for the M's. Broussard, the left-handed batting first baseman, hits .290. He's had quite a history with Bonderman. He is 13 for 44 against Bonderman. That's because he played with Cleveland for so many years and piled up a lot of ABs in the same division. 7 home runs for Broussard. Golfs that one foul back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of the 13 hits that Broussard has against Jeremy career, 3 of them are home runs. And he's trying to pick up Guillen here after the 2-run double. Well, Jeremy had a couple of starts in a row where he got out of the first inning without allowing any runs, but not today. He went around. Strike called by Brian Gorman, the home plate umpire.
Well, the stuff is plenty good enough. The fastball 92, 93 mile per hour range very early. He will probably get up to 95, 96 before it's all said and done. But the location has not been great, and they have had some good hitters counts to hit in so far.
Swing and a miss. Broussard is out of there. Bonderman records the strikeout. That's his first of the game.
That's what he's able to do once he gets ahead. If Bonderman's able to get ahead of you, then he could throw this nasty slider that you can't hit. That's the one he was trying to throw to Beltre when Beltre singled sharply to left field on an 0-2 pitch. Nice block by Rebello, who always does a nice job back there.
Much better 0-2 pitch that time from Bonderman, and now Richie Sexson with 2 outs. Sexson 0 for 3 in the start yesterday for Seattle. He missed some time, about 7 games to be exact, with a sore hamstring.
I was watching him run yesterday, still running very gingerly on that sore hamstring. And that's probably the reason why he is the designated hitter today.
Wave and a miss, 1-1. Sexson is batting just .206 this year. He is a career .269 hitter, so the average is way down. The power number is just okay. Based on what he has done in his career, twice he has hit over 40 homers in a season. Now the 1-1. There's that fastball that rides in on his hands, 1-2, and that appeared to be the pitch that Guillen pulled for a double.
And if you're Sexton, you pretty much know you're going to get that slider now. The key for Bonderman is locating it.
Here's the 1-2. High drive into left center field. Granderson is on the move. He'll have room to the warning track to make the catch, and the side retired. Sexton is out, so are the Mariners, but a 2-run double by Guillen makes it 2-0 Seattle. And Jim Leyland's lineup trying to get those runs back, and this is what it looks like today. Curtis Granderson leads it off in center field. Placido Polanco batting second, playing second base. He's been red hot. Sheffield DHing Ordonez in right. You've got Guillen, Perez, Rebello, Santiago, and then Brandon Inge rounding it out for the Tigers today. Scouting report is on Felix Hernandez.
Well, he's got an outstanding fastball, mid-90s to upper 90s. Also has a very good slider to go with that. Changeup is still a work in progress. Left-handers, they have had a lot of success against him this year. They're hitting .301 against him with 11 home runs, but he's been very good in his last 5. He's 3-1 with an earned run average under 4.
Well, we'll see how he fares against a Tigers lineup that has perked up recently.
And Jim Leyland also has put as many left-handers in the lineup today as possible.
The sun is making an appearance now. It's been cloudy and overcast all day today, and for the first time, everybody enjoying the sunshine. Turned into a nice day here at the ballpark. The 0-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Granderson, batting .299.
Good velocity with the slider. He will throw his slider anywhere from 87 to 89 miles an hour.
That's pulled fair off the glove of the first baseman, Broussard. Granderson fought about it, but he'll hold up. And the Tigers get the leadoff man on.
Yeah, they have really crowded Granderson in this series. It really doesn't matter which pitcher it has been on the mound. They have given him a lot of fastballs inside, and because of that, Granderson has been forced in pulling a lot of balls down in this direction. This one a little bit too hot for Broussard to run down.
And as a result, That's a base hit. So the Tigers get the leadoff man aboard now. And here is Placido Polanco. Way inside as Polanco spins out of the way. Placido at 343 continues to gain a little ground on Ichiro in terms of the batting title race. He is still third. Of course, Maglio leading the way. Foul tipped at home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Felix Hernandez against Detroit is only 1-2 lifetime, but his ERA is 1.96. He's handled the Tigers in his very young career so far. Curtis still needs 1 more steal to get to 20. And our low jack caught stealing stat, 19 of 20 for Granderson. He's been caught only 1 time this year. He draws another throw.
And not only is Curtis turned into a very good base running and a stolen base threat, the ratio is incredible. Very smart base runner, but he's a smart baseball player as well.
Runner bluffs, and it's swung on and missed by Polanco. 1-2.
King Felix really establishing his fastball in the early going of this game today.
He is only 21 years old. You talk about an extremely bright future. He made his big league debut when he was just 19. That was back in the 05 season, his debut with Seattle. He's got Polanco down 1-2. And there goes the runner. Big jump. Here comes the throw. Not in time into center field, but Granderson will hold. And there is steal number 20 for Curtis. And Granderson getting a big round of applause right now here at the ballpark. Just the second player in Major League history to go 30 doubles, 20 triples, 20 homers, 20 steals in a single season. He's getting a standing O. And there you go. Only players this century that have done that in one season. Congratulations to Mr. Granderson. Now let's get him in. Way inside, and the count goes 3-2. This crowd knew exactly what Granderson had accomplished on that stolen base. They were up on their feet immediately.
Good fans here at Comerica Park and in Detroit, of course. #1 sports town in America.
Now the 3-2. Polanco hits it slowly toward third base. Going to be trouble. No chance. Placido with an infield hit, and the Tigers come up with a couple of singles to start their first inning.
Here in the month of September, the Tigers are hitting the baseball and playing the type of baseball offensively that we enjoyed the very first half of the season, where even if the other team did put a couple of runs on the board early, it didn't matter. They have enough confidence and feel like they're going to come back, even against a guy like King Felix, who can be tough on the mound.
Well, that's going to bring up Gary Sheffield. Sheffield at 272 is 0 for his last 18, believe it or not. It was hard to believe with the way he was hitting the ball last night. He scalded a couple.
He's going to have to chink in one, get a little bloop single or something like that, because apparently hitting the ball hard the last couple of days has not boded well for Gary.
Hernandez stays away from him, 1-0.
And it's nice to see the ball club still getting wins, even though Gary has not really contributed from a base hit standpoint, but just his presence alone makes the offense that much better.
1 ball, 1 strike. Leadoff single by Granderson. He stole second base, moves to third on the infield hit by Polanco, and the Tigers are in business here, down by 2 early. Fouled straight back. You can't hit a ball farther than Sheffield hit one last night and not come away with anything.
Yeah, he said as much. He said when he hit this ball, he thought it was going out. Ichiro plays a very deep center field, and that's one of the reasons why he was able to run back and get that ball. And, of course, he does have outstanding speed and good athleticism.
Good block at home plate by Jojima. He saved a run there, 2-2.
And Jojima catching the day game after a night game. But when you're struggling to score runs and win ball games as Seattle is right now, you pretty much have to run your A team out there every day.
Here's the 2-2. 3-2, and there's the effect that again Sheffield has. Even though he hasn't had too many hits recently, he's always ahead in the count.
We'll see what Jim Leyland wants to do with Polanco over at first base. 3-2 count. Sheffield's a guy that really doesn't strike out all that often. He may want to put him on the move.
Runner holds, and it's inside, ball 4. That's going to load the bases. Sheffield takes his walk, and they're going to be loaded for Maglio.
Take a look at the Rico defense behind Hernandez. You got Betancourt at shortstop, 94 double plays, turned third among American League shortstops. On the left side of the infield, you have Beltre with him. You have Bloomquist making his first start of the series, along with Broussard on the right side. The outfield, Ibanez, Suzuki, Guillen, the battery of Jojima and Hernandez.
Well, a big-time opportunity now for Maglio Ordonez, batting .354 to lead the American League, and career with the bases loaded, not too shabby. .344. And he foul tips one at home plate, 0-1.
I wonder why Broussard over at first base is playing in so close. Apparently, if the ball's hit to him, they want to maybe come home, but which is rare. With a 2-run lead in the first inning, you want out. So Maglio can shoot that ball right past him, especially with a guy like Felix on the mound that throws as hard as he does. Maglio could be a little late on the fastball.
1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers have loaded him up here with a couple of singles and a walk. 2-0 Seattle, but that lead is in danger here in the bottom of the first. Ordonez 3 for 6 in the series. Checked it, strike called, 1-2.
Yeah, that was his best fastball of the afternoon. 96 on the radar gun.
Felix Hernandez, 21 years old, out of Valencia, Venezuela.
A couple of countrymen going after one another here.
Even the guy on deck, Guillen. Ooh, that one just missed. If it missed at all, and Felix is thinking, where was it?
The base is loaded now. King Felix is dialed up to 97 now. John McLaren, their manager, also wants to know where it is. But obviously Maglio getting the benefit of the doubt with his batting average being where it's at .354. He's got a pretty good eye.
Now the 2-2. 94 that time on the gun. Hernandez has worked himself into a jam here. The Tigers club with 8 grand slams this season and a .385 average with the bases loaded.
And King Felix has thrown Maglio a lot of fastballs already in this at bat. I'm sure Maglio's been able to time it.
Ground ball left side, base hit. Granderson scores. Polanco rounding third. They'll send him home. Here comes a throw from Ibanez. Not in time. Ordonez does it again. 2-run single for Mags.
Let's take a look at the bell tire and how Felix went after Maglio Ordonez, the league's leading hitter. Lots of hard stuff very early. He went to a breaking ball, but then Maglio didn't bite on it, and he tried to throw some balls right past him. Maglio is such a good hitter. You show him the fastball too many times, he will be able to time that pitch as he did right there, sizzling a single through the hole in the left side. And Polanco with a very good jump off second base, really able to come home without a play.
Because that ball was hit so hard, I didn't think Polanco would score.
You know, I think Ibanez in left field is a very adequate left fielder and a very good player, but he really does not have that strong a throwing arm from that position. And I think Gene Lamont knows that because he knows all the outfielders.
Meanwhile, Curtis's teammates really congratulating him on an unbelievable account.
Oh, incredible. Incredible. No high fives for him. He's getting hugs. And it couldn't happen to a better guy. What a great teammate he is. They got mad love for Curtis.
Well, he started things off with a base hit. He stole a bag, and he has come around to score. Here is Carlos Guillen. Still nobody out, and the Tigers trying to take the lead here. Just about a couple of weeks ago, a 2-0 deficit might have been a problem.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Guillen looks at a strike off speed pitch.
And one of the key at-bats was Gary Sheffield, even though he didn't get a base hit. He got the base on balls to load the bases for Maglio, who just continues to drive in a lot of runs.
Now the 0-1. Fouled straight back. 0-2 as Hernandez continues to get ahead of hitters. In fact, he's been ahead of all 5 hitters that he has faced. But the results haven't been there.
Yeah, with this stuff, if he's able to get ahead, he should have the ability of putting hitters away.
Guillen 1 for 8 in the series. Drills this one in the air deep into right field. Guillen is on the move, not going to get there. It'll roll all the way to the corner. Sheffield scores. Maggs goes to third. He will hold up. It's a double and an RBI for Carlos Guillen, and the Tigers, just like that, take the lead. Well, you talk about quick strike offense.
Well, not a very good 0-2 pitch here by Felix. Actually, it was a good pitch, but real good hitting by Carlos Guillen. The ball is down around his shoe top. Somehow he just serves it into right field. Guillen out there playing awfully deep and not able to get over to this ball. And Carlos gets a double and drives in a run for the Tigers. And this offense is starting to click on all cylinders here in September.
Here is Timo Perez with runners at second and third. Still nobody out. Ordonez may have been able to score on that play, but with nobody out, Gene Lamont wanted to hold him up. And you got a guy at the plate right now that has been sizzling hot, 5 for his last 9.
And they're conceding the run as well on the right side of the infield. Timo's a pull hitter. If he pulls something to second base, he'll get Carlos Guillen over to third base. And of course, Maglio will score, and that would make it a very productive at bat for Perez, which is what he should be trying to do right now. Just a ground ball to second base.
There's your ground ball to second base. This will score the run. Nicely done, Timo. And an RBI. First out of the inning.
That's why Leyland likes him. He knows how to play the game. That's how you play the game. You don't care about getting a base hit. You just want to get Guillen over to third. You score Maglio. You get lots of high fives. And you still keep pressure on Hernandez on the mound with Rebello coming to the plate with less than 2 outs.
6 RBIs now in Timo's big league time this year. Guillen moves to third base. And the infield coming in now for Seattle as Mike Rebello digs in. Tigers answer the 2 spot with 4 of their own. Swing and a miss by Rebello.
First changeup that Hernandez has thrown today. Everything else has been hard stuff.
Here's something that has become something you have to deal with if you're Seattle. This is going to be the 30th pitch thrown by Hernandez. And it's swung on and missed. 0-2.
Back-to-back changeups.
Mike Rebello getting the start today for Pudge Rodriguez, the day game following the night tilt. Tigers were to have an off day tomorrow, but they will play a makeup game against Toronto. Then a doubleheader coming up. It's high and outside, 1-2. Here's Pudge. He'll be back in there probably tomorrow night. Swing and a miss, and Rebello is carved up rather quickly by Hernandez. 2 gone. It's his first strikeout of the ball game. So we'll see if Santiago can come up with a 2-out hit. The infield now will relax and back up. Santiago batting .290. 0 for 3 in the series. Came on again last night defensively late in the game. Strike 1. Looked like another off-speed pitch.
Yeah, I think Hernandez has figured out very early in this ball game Tigers can hit his hard stuff, whether it be his slider or his fastball. And you brought up a great point. He has been ahead of just about every hitter in this inning, but yet he's not really been able to put them away, with the exception of Rebello.
Ground ball to first. Fielding there is Broussard to end the inning. But a big inning it is for the Tigers. Jeremy Bonderman gets some runs to work with. Curtis Granderson in the record books, and the Tigers lead 4-2.
Lead here very early in this ball game, and fans, what happens when sports and science collide? Introducing the incredible new series that analyzes sports like you've never seen before. Don't miss the groundbreaking season premiere of Sports Science, September 30th at 9 p.m. only on FSN.
Felix Hernandez threw 34 pitches in that first inning alone, and the Tigers have taken the lead. It's 4-2. Bonderman back to work, facing Kenji Jojima to lead it off in the Seattle second inning. Ball high to Jojima, Bloomquist, and then Betancourt to follow. Jeremy gave up the 2-run double to Jose Guillen in the first. Slider and a good one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jojima's hit safely now in 4 of his last 5, coming off a terrific month of August in which he hit .375, which really pumped his average up. He's had a pretty good series, 3 for 8. Fastball just missed hitting the corner, 2-1. That's low. And the count goes to 3-1. Bonderman has received a little over 6 runs per 9 innings this year. That's rolled to short. Santiago stayed with it. And Jojima's out. For Ramon getting a chance to play some short today with Guillen playing first, Casey out of the lineup. That has been an alignment that Jim Leyland has used more and more. I think he likes the defense that Santiago brings to the shortstop position. It has carved into Sean Casey's playing time, but he still has a smile on his face. Here's Bloomquist. His first start of the series. 0 for 9 for the versatile Willie Bloomquist. You look up versatility and you might find his picture next to the definition. This guy's played 7 positions this year.
Seemed like he'd be better suited for a National League club, but apparently he plays for the Seattle Mariners, and they've got a pretty steady everyday lineup, and Bloomquist can just give a guy a day off here and there.
And give them a base hit as well as he strokes one to left.
Plays the game hard, plays the game right, and doesn't complain about really the lack of playing time given. And those are the kind of guys that you want on your bench.
Each team now with 4 hits. That'll bring up Unieski Betancourt. Betancourt hit his career high 9th home run in the ball game last night. 1 for 7. That's been his only hit. Breaking ball missing away. 1-0. It was a high scoring affair for most of the game last night. It was back and forth all night long, and so far we have started that way again here today. Little looper into center field. Polanco can't get it. Base hit. On his way to third base is Bloomquist. He's in standing up, and here comes Seattle right back in the second. The 8 and 9 hitters with base hits.
The center fielder, Ichiro Suzuki.
Well, nothing Polanco could do here. Apparently the ball was hit right off the end of the bat by Betancourt, and Polanco tried to make the play but couldn't get there. And good heads-up base running by Bloomquist, able to get to third on that ball. He read it perfectly.
Bonderman so far has gone 2 of 9 on first pitch strikes. That's it. And he's got Ichiro, who led the game off with a single and eventually scored a run.
Gene Lamont was on the phone very early, but really no movement down there in the Tigers bullpen as of yet.
We saw last night the Tigers on the phone to the bullpen. It looked like every inning through the first 5.
They've got some activity now. Runs are at a premium, games are at a premium. Tigers cannot afford to lose any games for that matter. So Jim Leyland, with a lot of people at his disposal in the bullpen, not afraid to pull his starters early in this game.
If it's June or July, there's nobody warming up right now. But it's September.
Yes, indeed.
And it's Jason Grilli warming up.
Especially after the offense just put a 4 spot on the board.
Yeah, these are the shutdown innings, they term them, where a pitcher has to go out and keep the lead. Swinging a tip right at home plate, and a big swing that time from Ichiro. 1-2. Ichiro back in the month of June hit in 25 straight games, which was a club record. Not surprising this guy would have that record.
Well, he's worth the price of admission. 5-tool player, can do everything.
And that price went up for Seattle this year. They signed him to a 5-year extension back in July. In fact, the Tigers were in town at that time in Seattle, and they announced the extension. But against the Tigers this year, they've really done some good work.
The Tigers have good pitchers. And when you can run a Verlander and a Bonderman and a Robertson or Rogers out there against anybody, they have the ability to shut you down, even though your name is Suzuki.
Again, Rebello has to leave the crouch. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And Bonderman needs a ground ball to get out of this inning, but it's going to be tough to double up Suzuki. He has that kind of speed. He's got to hit a bullet right at somebody.
Tigers lead 4-2, but Seattle with the tying runs on here and only 1 out in the second. Now the 2-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We've had a lot of pitches for both of these starters already in this game. In fact, Hernandez threw 34 in the first inning alone. Bonderman now has thrown 34 combined in the first 2 innings. Crowd trying to help him out a little bit, coming to life. 3-2 on Ichiro. There goes the runner from first. It is inside, ball 4, and that's going to load the bases. A walk to Ichiro. He's on for the 2nd time in this game.
The third baseman, Adrian Beltre.
And they're loaded up now for the number 2 hitter, Adrian Beltre. And here comes Jim Leyland. Jim is not really a fan of these early visits to the mound, but when he has to do them, they don't often last very long. He has Grilly warming up right now, but Bonderman clearly struggling with the command early in this one.
You know, apparently there was a little bit of talk after Bonderman's last start that his elbow was a little bit tender, but apparently he has pronounced himself healthy for this game, as have the trainers pronounced him healthy. So I don't think that is the problem, because of velocity, not bad with the fastball, but he has just made some pitches in certain situations that have allowed the Mariners to capitalize.
Yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head. You know, Leland even said yesterday that he talked with the trainers 2 nights ago, and they said he's fine, and Bonderman said I'm fine. So there was no worry about sending him to the mound today in terms of his elbow.
This could be a good matchup for Bondo. Beltre is a free swinger, and if Bonderman makes the pitches he needs to make, he could get out of this jam.
Ball 1.
Where was that? Must have been low. Bonderman thought it was a strike.
That one is a strike on the outside corner. He fired the fastball.
It's about as good as it gets. A P at the knees at 93 miles an hour on the outside black.
Beltre had a single, scored a run back in the first. He's hit safely in 19 of his last 23 games. Was batting lower in the lineup in last night's game. Lifts this one to right center field. It's down, a base hit. Granderson over to try and cut it off. 2 runs will score, Bloomquist and Betancourt. Ichiro goes to third. It's a double and 2 RBIs for Beltre, and it's a 4-4 game.
Beltre is a dead pull hitter, but because Bonderman threw the first couple of pitches on the outside part of the plate, he had no fear of Jeremy coming inside. And although this is not a bad pitch, I mean, this is below the knees on the outside part of the plate, but the concentration incredible by Beltre, and he rifled that ball in the right center field. You only hit a pitch like that when you know the pitcher's not coming inside.
That is 6 hits already. They're going to walk Ibanez here with first base open. And the 2 teams have combined for 8 runs on 10 hits, and we're only in the top of the 2nd.
And who would have thunk that with these 2 guys on the mound today?
Not me. The intentional walk will be the 2nd walk overall in this inning for Bonderman. Ibanez will get the free pass. Here's ball 3, missing outside.
That's why you have to throw inside every now and then. I know a lot of the pitching coaches around baseball today talk to their pitchers about locating the fastball down and away, which is the best pitch in baseball, and gets a lot of hitters out or prevents hitters from driving the ball out of the ballpark against you. But you have to show the hitter that you will come inside on occasion. You have to do it.
So they are loaded for Jose Guillen, who doubled in 2 in the first. It's a 4-4 game, and Seattle in pretty good shape here to take the lead. Bonderman will pitch from the windup with the bases loaded. And a ball up high, 1-0 on Guillen.
Guillen stands way off the plate, has a wide open stance. And when the ball's on its way, kind of takes that left foot and dives back toward home plate, looking for the ball away as well. And there you see the wide open stance. He'll take that left foot, pick it up, close it off along with that front shoulder.
2 balls, no strikes. Hometown crowd getting a little bit antsy now as Bonderman again falls behind another hitter. He has done that most of the afternoon.
He may have to throw a Guillen a slider here. If he throws him a fastball and he doesn't locate it very well, he gonna hit it hard somewhere.
It's hit hard into left, base hit. Ichiro scores. Beltre will hold at third base as Perez hustles it back in. And Guillen has 3 RBIs on the day, and Seattle now has taken the lead, and Bonderman
Leyland gonna go get him.
is done for the day. Jim Leyland ain't hanging around here today.
Can't afford to.
In the heat of a pennant race, the Tigers had a 4-2 lead. They are now trailing. The bases remain loaded, and Bonderman will not survive the second. So it's a Wallside Windows pitching change. Tigers go to the pen. We'll be back. Shortest outing since August 1st of 04 as we look at the numbers on Grilli that are getting better day by day.
Well, they just need to get Grilli to go out there and give them some shutdown innings, and more importantly, get them out of this jam that Bonderman has created, because the offense apparently is swinging the bat very well today too. So long way to go in this one.
Yeah, that's the good thing. It's only the second. As you look at the numbers, 45 pitches into this game, Bonderman is lifted. And he gave up 7 hits, 5 earned runs. The thing is, all 3 men on the bases are still his property.
Too many hittable pitches today from Bonderman to the Seattle hitters, whose stuff is much better than he displayed today. Much better.
8th man to bat in the inning. It's Ben Broussard facing Grilli. And he skies one in the air. Left center field. Granderson is under it. Should be deep enough to score the run. Throw will come into third base. Sac fly and an RBI. So Broussard knocks one in. Adrian Beltre scoring on the play. It is now turned into a 4-run inning. And a 6-4 lead for Seattle. 2 outs for Richie Sexson. Sexson 0 for 1 with a fly ball. Swing and a miss. One after the breaking ball came up empty. 63 driven in this year for Sexson. Two times an All-Star. The 0-1. Ground ball to third. Should get him out of the inning. Inge will race to the bag for the force, and the side retired. So they sent 9 men to the plate, scored 4 times. More work to be done by the Tigers offense. Now 6-4 Seattle. the second inning. Brandon Inge will lead it off. He's had a nice series.
Yeah, he's been dialed in. Really had a nice homestand. He's been getting a lot of base hits. He's been driving balls all over the ballpark, and occasionally he has found the seats as well. So very nice homestand for Brandon, and they really needed him to step up and start to perform the way that he was capable of performing.
And his home run against Weaver last night was a huge home run. It broke a 5-5 tie. Tigers would go on to win 12-6.
Of course, he caught Weaver when Weaver was wearing a Detroit Tigers uniform, and on the Caraba Italian pregame show today with John Keating, Brandon told John that he kind of picked up some pitch patterns from Weaver when Weaver was pitching to him, and because of that, he's had a lot of success against Weaver in his career.
Makes sense. Catch a guy for an entire season or more. And use any advantage you can get.
Yeah, Brandon said Weaver was the type of guy that always tried to trick the hitters, doubling up with fastballs inside, a couple of breaking balls at different speeds.
Little chopper hit to the shortstop. Betancourt on the backhand. Inge is out, one away.
The center fielder.
Now the top of the order, Curtis Granderson. Single stolen base, run scored first inning.
The franchise, Curtis Granderson. Wasn't it just a couple of years ago when we were kind of making the comparisons of Nook Logan and Curtis Granderson?
Yeah, those careers have gone in separate paths.
And there was one dummy up here that kind of thought that Logan was as good or better player than Granderson was.
Well, I didn't want to bring that up. The 1-0 is belted in the air. Back into right. See you later. Oh, my goodness, with this guy. A home run for Curtis Granderson, and the Tigers get one back.
He's special. Not only is he a special baseball player, but he's a special human being. Comes from a very humble family. Both parents are teachers. He's very bright. What a talent, what a player.
Home run number 21 for Granderson.
I told the folks at home, do not turn the television. This one is far from over.
Now, there's just way too much time in this game, especially with the way this offense has performed for Detroit, and they've tacked on another. They're down by one now, and Polanco hits one slowly to third. Going to be a do-or-die play, and he is safe. He put him off the bag. Broussard had to cross over and couldn't hold on long enough.
A miscommunication there between Hernandez and also Beltre. If you're Hernandez, you know you have a Gold Glove caliber third baseman in Beltre. You have to get out of the way and allow him to make this play. It's a much easier play for Beltre. If you're Hernandez, you got to stop, turn around, make the play. Beltre's already going in this direction. And because of the miscommunication, almost a collision at first base between Broussard and Polanco. I don't know how Broussard caught the ball.
I don't know either. He made a great play just to stop that thing.
You give him a base hit?
Still waiting. It is a base hit.
It's a second infield single already for Polanco. He has 2 hits, and the ball hadn't traveled collectively 90 feet.
Do not forget about him for the batting title. I mean, I know
Maglio. You touting him
no,
now?
Well, he's pulled ahead of Ichiro. Well, no, he's pulled close to Ichiro with 2 hits here today.
Well, he just had we talk about Granderson, but Polanco himself will win a Gold Glove this year. Starting second baseman in the All-Star game in San Francisco. Hasn't made an error since last July. And the list goes on and on and on about Polanco.
I'm still trying to digest Granderson's numbers. Single homer, steal, 2 more runs scored today. Here's the 1-1. Sheffield went around. He tried to hold it there to show the umpire, but Brian Gorman wasn't buying. Tigers now have 6 hits, 7 for Seattle. Told you at the top of this series that these are 2 offenses that can put up some runs. There's another check swing. This time he held up.
When you can throw your slider at 89 miles an hour and your fastball at 96, 97 from the same arm slot, same arm angle, even a guy like Gary Sheffield can be fooled and out in front. He takes pitches about as well as anyone in the big leagues.
Runner bluffs. Strike called on Sheffield, and he is out of there as Hernandez gets his second strikeout.
So if you're Sheffield, you see breaking ball coming out of the hand of Hernandez. You're expecting the ball to be down and away. But that time his knees buckled because the ball stayed up. It was kind of elevated, but probably too close for Gary to take with 2 strikes.
That's the second out of the inning, and now Maglio, who singled in 2 more back in the first, and Ordonez now with 125 RBIs. Strike 1. .355 average for Ordonez. Strike 2.
He getting a lot of fastballs from Hernandez. Hernandez coming right after Maglio. He did that his first time up too, and he gave Maglio 1 too many looks at that 96-mile-per-hour fastball before Maglio hit a bullet in the left field. Drove in 2.
Ordonez's career high is 135 RBIs, so he's 10 short of that. Swing and a miss. That was nasty, and Mags goes down on 3 pitches to retire the side. Third strikeout of the game for Hernandez, but a big home run for the Tigers, drawing him a little bit closer. Curtis Granderson goes deep, and it's 6-5. Battle in this one. Hockey fans, score the hottest ticket in town. Choose from several Detroit Red Wings ticket packages starting at just $22 per seat. If you'd like to order, or if you'd like more information, call 313-396-7575. Operators are, as they say, standing by. And here come the Mariners in the third. Tigers down by a run. It'll be Kenji Jojima to lead it off. He led off the last inning, in which Seattle sent 9 men to the plate, and they knocked Bonderman out of the game. Grilly came on to retire the 2 batters that he faced in the second. Oh, look out. Jojima is hit on the helmet, and down he goes.
He's going to walk down to first base, but he's got to be a little woozy. That's scary. Rick Griffin, their trainer, out taking a look at him. He cannot stay in this game, I don't think, but we'll see.
Can't believe he got up that quickly. And Grilly walked over there to tell him, hey, that was an accident, didn't mean it.
Ugh.
Right in the top of the helmet, but the sound was incredible. Man. Well, he's going to stay in the game. You could see where the ball hit the helmet. So Jojima reaches. Leadoff man is on for Willie Bloomquist, who looks at a strike 0-1.
That fastball by Guillen is 94 miles an hour, right at Jojima.
Bloomquist had a single, scored a run back in the second inning. "13 hits between the two teams in the first 2 innings, and now a hit batter here in the third." Fouled back. Really came in with a slider on the inside part of the plate. 0-2. Talked about Bloomquist and all the positions he has played this year. Every outfield position, left, center, and right. He's played first, he's played second, he's played short, and he's played third. He's done everything but pitch and catch. The 0-2. Willie played his college ball at Arizona State. He was a relatively high draft pick. I believe he was an 8th rounder, but he decided he wanted to go play collegiately instead.
He went to a good program.
A lot of players that are selected, 20, 30, 40th round, they decide that college is probably a better option. Inside as Guillen misses again with a fastball up and in.
Some kids just aren't ready to go play pro ball out of high school. It's very demanding. You're on your own for the most part all the time. You have to grow up quickly. I know me myself as a 17-year-old getting on that flight after my high school graduation, going down to Florida by myself. I was scared in that hotel room that night. First time really leaving home.
How did you perform your first year?
I did well. Made an all-star team. Hit .307 in rookie ball, which was pretty good. I mean, you're 17 years old and you're playing against college kids all of a sudden. And,
sure.
It's quite an eye-opener.
Checked it, but it missed inside, and he did not go around, and now it's 3-2.
Let alone you got to try to go to the supermarket for the first time and shop and pay your bills and do some of the other things that you do as an adult, but you're still just 17 years old.
So for you, was playing the game the easiest thing?
Absolutely. Going to the baseball field was the easiest aspect of playing pro ball at that young age.
Runner goes on 3-2, and it's chopped to the right side, right at Guillen. Bloomquist is out, but the runner advances. Well, we know one thing about the Tigers bullpen. It's been very good, and when you look at the numbers over the last 15.
Well, it's about the time Zumaya came back. Zumaya came back, and the order was restored along with Rodney. And no longer did Guillen and Minor and Durbin, those guys didn't have to pitch the back end of the ball game anymore. They're pitching in situations where they've had success. Really now pitching where he had a lot of success last year as a Tiger, as a long man.
Strike one on Betancourt.
It's amazing how one or two players, if you have an injury to your bullpen, could really throw your entire team out of whack.
And we even saw that a little bit in the starting rotation when Kenny Rogers went down. The effect that it had on the rest of the rotation. For a while there, the Tigers starters just weren't performing all that well.
Another perfect example is the Seattle Mariners ball club. They had the best bullpen in all of baseball for the first half of the season, in the first month after the season second half started. But the last 3 weeks, their bullpen has not been good at all. They have not been able to get the ball to their closer, J.J. Putz. Therefore, they have struggled mightily.
Fouled straight back. 1-2 on Betancourt. Well, it's such a long season, and I think baseball, more than any other sport, will give fans more highs and lows, and such a roller coaster ride than any other of the professional sports. I mean, look at the Tigers just a week ago. Many thought they were in trouble when they blew that 7-0 lead in Oakland. All of a sudden, they've put together a nice little winning streak here. And it's still very much alive. That's high and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They came in 3 behind in the wild card, but now all of a sudden the Tigers have won 4 straight. Still going to need some help, though. And that Yankees team, despite their pitching woes, they continue to lead the wild card.
Yeah, they just outslug everybody on a nightly basis.
The Yankees are in KC again,
going up against a very talented Zack Greinke this afternoon.
Chin-Ming Wong will throw for New York. Come on, Zack Greinke. He's looked like a new pitcher.
He's got great stuff.
2-2 on Unieski Betancourt. 1 on, 1 out. We're in the third. Tigers down by a run after leading 4-2 early. Ground ball to third, and Inge can't get it under his glove into left field. Jojima coming to third. They're going to send him home, and he'll come around to score. It's a double and an RBI for Unieski Betancourt, back up to a 2-run lead for Seattle.
The center fielder, Ichiro Suzuki.
Yeah, this ball stayed down on Brandon. It was hopping. He thought it was going to jump up into his glove and didn't quite get the glove down low enough. And Jojima went back to the bag momentarily before coming around to score.
It's the first run that Grilli has given up in his last 15 innings. Betancourt gets his 58th RBI. 8 hits now for Seattle, and they lead 7-5. Here's Ichiro.
Old-fashioned slugfest this afternoon.
I have a feeling we're not done. Not nearly done. Ichiro has been on base twice, single and a walk. Last night, Seattle scored 1 run in each of the first 5 straight innings. Today, they have at least 1 in the first 3 straight. That big 4-run second, though, has been the difference. There goes the runner. Nope. He'll put on the brakes. Betancourt started taking off to third, but then skidded to a stop. Three balls, no strikes on Ichiro.
And Carlos Garcia, third base coach of the Mariners, he once played for Jim Leyland when Jim Leyland was managing the Pittsburgh Pirates.
An infielder, wasn't he?
I believe so.
3-0 pitch is outside. There's ball 4. Ichiro gets his second walk, and now the Mariners are starting to put together some opportunities here.
Don't know for sure, but that walk may have been by design to Ichiro with the base open, hoping to get Beltre to hit the ball on the ground and get a double play, which they desperately need.
There is activity in the Tigers bullpen. We talk about how deep both pens are now, especially all around baseball with all the call-ups. Virgil Vasquez is the right-hander, and Clay Rapada, one of the newest Tigers, who was just called up.
That was the Craig Monroe deal, wasn't it?
It was. Tigers got a lefty.
Looks like he could be nasty on left-handers.
Jim Leyland likes those lefties.
He's got a ton of them down there. No day off on Monday. Toronto coming in. Doubleheader against Texas on Tuesday. They need as many arms as they can.
Well, and especially today with Grilli having to come on in the second inning. 7-5 Seattle. We're in the top of the third with 2 on and only 1 out. And here is Adrian Beltre, who's been productive today. Single, double, 2 RBIs, and he has scored twice. Ball inside, 1-0. Beltre now with 88 RBIs. He's had a nice series, 5 hits in 9 at bats. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Polanco out at second base, keeping Betancourt very close as Carlos Guillen comes in. The captain in the infield, even though he's playing first base today. Words of encouragement for Grilly. But Beltre pretty much a pull hitter, and that's the reason why Polanco was doing the jockeying back and forth, trying to keep Betancourt close at second base.
Swing and a miss on 2-0, and boy, Beltre had a rip there.
Yeah, last time up he was sitting 2-0 against Bonderman and got himself a real good ball to hit.
Beltre has the team lead with his 23 home runs. He went after one out of the strike zone there, tipped it into the glove, 2-2.
It's tough to catch up with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball around your letters.
Beltre began his career with Los Angeles, 7 years with the Dodgers before signing as a free agent with Seattle. Signed a big contract after the 04 campaign. The 2-2 is lifted back out of play.
You got a huge contract to leave Los Angeles. It's funny how that works, that all the great numbers you put up with one team, the team that wants to sign you is paying you for the numbers that you just put up with the other team.
Yeah, with the other club.
Not necessarily what you're going to do for them, but what you did for the other team.
A lot of these contracts are based on what you have done in the past as opposed to much more what you can do in the future and potential. And especially when you're talking about a guy like Beltre who had that monster year.
48 home runs.
Yeah, it was well beyond what he had done the previous 6 years.
And he has not come close to those numbers as a Seattle Mariner in the 3 years he's worn their uniform. But still a very good player. And will probably win a Gold Glove this year.
Now Beltre given time as Grilly takes too long. The 48 home runs that Beltre hit back in 04 tied Mike Schmidt for the most of any third baseman in history.
That's good company.
So, I mean, there haven't been too many that have gone to those heights at that position. Only Schmidt. Fouled away again.
He's getting some real good swings at that Grilly fastball. Grilly may want to decide to go to something a little softer. See if he could get Beltre out in front. He's obviously sped his bat up with all the fastballs he's thrown him. If you throw a breaking ball and locate it well, you can get him to swing and miss. But location is the key.
We just got a piece of it, too.
How did he foul that off?
I don't know. But he is still alive.
Well, you see the pitch speeds here. The majority of the pitches in the mid-90s range. A couple of breaking balls in the high 80s. That last one at 87 located beautifully down and away from Beltre. Do not know how he was able to foul that ball off.
2 balls, 2 strikes. There goes the runner to third. That's skied into foul territory. This will go back into the seats.
Ichiro's got to do a better job of watching Betancourt at second base. He didn't even take off. When the guy on second takes off for third, you've got to take off for second.
That is 9 pitches in this at bat alone.
Well, he hadn't thrown him one inside at all. And I know if you make a mistake in there, Beltre can take you deep, but you may want to go in there at least one time, see if you can get him to swing and miss, tie himself up. Nope.
Swing and a miss. He went the other way and struck him out.
Even better.
Yeah, that'll work.
Absolutely.
Grilly has his first strikeout.
He had to work hard for it, though. It's just a tremendous breaking ball. And that's what I talk about when you speed a guy's bat up. A lot of hard fastballs to Beltre. He was looking for another one and got the breaking ball, couldn't hold up.
It's an 11-pitch at bat, and Grilli will give up the baseball. So 29 pitches in this inning alone. That means Grilli is done for the afternoon, and with the depth that the Tigers have in their pen and the lefty coming up, Tigers will go to the bullpen in a 7-5 game. The third, Grilli is done for the afternoon, and he'll give way to the newest Tiger, Clay Rapada, who was brought over to Detroit in that trade with Craig Monroe. And in the minors this year, he appeared in 57 games.
53 strikeouts and 57 2/3. And obviously pitching out of the bullpen when you pitch that many games, but numbers not bad at all. Just 4 home runs surrendered.
He'll face Ibanez here with 2 outs and 2 on, and a swing and a miss.
Rapada looks like he can be tough on left-handers. He stands on the first base side of the rubber. He throws from an arm angle, and if you're a left-handed hitter, it looks like he's throwing the ball from behind you. Ibanez wasn't waiting around. He swung at the first fastball that he saw.
Slings another one home and is fouled away. 0-2.
And not bad velocity from that angle that he throws from.
Rapada spent 6 years in the minor leagues, finally got his first big league call-up with Chicago this year and appeared in 1 game for the Cubs, and then the trade happened. And here he is in the big leagues with Detroit. Ibanez 0 for 1 plus an intentional walk. Here's the 0-2 pitch. In the air, high and deep into right field. Ordonez going back. He's going to turn on this ball. And it is gone. A home run. Ibanez down in the count. 0-2. Hits one of the seats in right center field. Wow. Not the result that Jim Leyland wanted, and here he comes. That's going to be it for Rapada. He faces 1 batter and gives up a 3-run bomb.
A hanging breaking ball after a couple of real good fastballs. Just not a good pitch at all. Not at all.
So Rapada's Tigers debut results in 1 batter, 1 homer, and he'll depart.
And unfortunately, 2 of those runs were Grilli's.
So the Tigers go back to the pen. We'll step aside. It's another 4-run frame for Seattle. with a 3-run homer. It is 10-5 Seattle. The Tigers have gone right back to the bullpen, and Mr. Rapada is out, and Mr. Virgil Vasquez is in now for Detroit. He's been in the starting rotation a couple of times for the Tigers, has made spot starts. The majority of his season spent in the minor leagues. Jose Guillen, the first man he'll face, and it's a strike, 0-1. 10 runs on 9 hits for Seattle. They got 2 in the first, 4 in the second, and now 4 more here in the third. It's been a big day for Guillen. He's knocked in 3 of those runs. And he shoots one off the glove of Vasquez. Going to try and run it down, but he'll have no play. Infield hit. That'll be the 3rd hit of the game now for Guillen. Here's Ben Broussard. That's an even 10 hits now for Seattle. 10 hits, and we're only in the 3rd. Tigers offense is going to have to really put it together today. They've got a lot of work to do now. Ball 1 inside. Tigers fell behind 2-0 today and then scored 4 very quick runs in the bottom of the first to lead, but that has been their only lead. 2-0.
Meanwhile, the New York Yankees have jumped on top of the Kansas City Royals this afternoon, and it's the 1st inning, and wouldn't you know it?
Don't tell me.
Yes, he's done it again.
Again?
He has done it again.
What is that, 52 now?
52.
Alex Rodriguez has homered again. High fly ball, fairly deep into right, but playable. Maglio is there. And mercifully, the inning comes to an end. Another big inning, 4-run third for Seattle. They lead 10-5.
Ball game, and hey, fans, tonight catch a half-hour candid conversation with one of the brightest young pitchers in baseball today. It's a visit with Justin Verlander on the premiere of In My Own Words tonight at 10 here on FS in Detroit.
Here come the Tigers now with a lot of work to be done. It'll be Guillen, Perez, and Rebello facing the right-hander Felix Hernandez. It is 10-5. Seattle in the lead. Final game in this series. Tigers going for the sweep, but they're down by 5 big ones early.
And Big Feet is just out there rearing back and throwing a lot of fastballs today and really not commanding any of them.
1-1. Hernandez, as we mentioned, only 21 years old, so he is just at the start of what should be a very long and prosperous career if he can stay injury free. made his debut at the tender age of 19, and only 2 other Mariners made their debuts at that age or younger. A-Rod was only 18 when he debuted with Seattle in 1994, and Griffey was 19.
A couple of special players, a couple of guys that are going to the Hall of Fame in Griffey and A-Rod.
That's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You do not get to the big leagues at that young age unless you are awfully gifted.
You got to be special. And the other 2 certainly were. And so is Hernandez. 3-2. Felix actually was a pretty good basketball player. As a kid, he wanted to play basketball, but his parents steered him toward baseball. And that was a very good move. 3-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. Carlos had an RBI double back in the first. He has driven in 94 now as he inches closer toward 100 RBIs. It would be the first time in his career. Timo Perez waiting on deck. That's low, ball 4. Tigers get the leadoff man out. It's a walk. That's a second walk by Hernandez, which can't be making the Seattle bench all that happy. The offense has given Felix a 5-run lead, and he puts the leadoff man aboard. Here's Timo Perez. Timo is 0 for 1, but it was a very productive out. Driving in a run back in the first inning. Little chopper hit slowly towards second. Bloomquist throws to second one, and the relay not in time. They almost turned 2, and I thought they didn't have a chance.
Yeah, Betancourt has got some quick hands at shortstop. He got a nice feed from Bloomquist, but he's got nifty footwork and he's got a very strong throwing arm.
One on, one out. It's going to bring up Mike Rebello.
And Rebello struck out his first time up on a couple of changeups, one elevated fastball, and then another changeup to finish him off. This boy throws hard. Comes right after you, too.
He sure does. He's a big kid as well. Breaking ball bounces in.
Most definitely a front of the rotation type guy.
6'3", 230. That's what they list him at.
Some good, young, hard throwing pitchers in the American League. Some good ones.
Rebello pulls that one foul. Well, he was 12 and 14 last year with an ERA of 4.52. And he is above the 500 mark this year, so he is beginning to make strides. Little chopper to first base, foul ball off the bat of Rebello, who struck out against Hernandez back in the first inning. Threw him a couple of changeups to start him off in that at bat before finishing him off. New baseball now for Felix. And another foul back out of play. Late on the 96-mile-an-hour fastball, but Rebello stays alive. Tigers came into this ballgame today having won 4 of 5 on this homestand.
Well, if you're John McLaren and you're looking up at the pitch count of Hernandez, he has just now thrown, or he will throw his 65th pitch of this ballgame, which means that more than likely he's not going to be around very long. Lucky to get 5 in at the rate he's going.
Ball outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That is one thing that it's hard to understand when you have guys that are as talented as Hernandez that could pile up so many pitches this early in a game with the stuff that he has.
He's done just that. He has taken care of Rebello for the second time, but it took him a while, and that's another strikeout, his fourth of the game. You know, you look back at that first inning, and he did give up the infield hit, the base hit to Granderson, and then he walked a batter, and he was getting ahead of a lot of hitters early, but he just couldn't put them away quickly.
That's why that start by Verlander was so impressive just the other day when, you know, his pitch count was very, very low, and he was pitching the contact, and they were putting the ball in play, but they were hitting it right at Tigers. He said he preferred that than going out there and trying to strike out everybody.
Perez fouls it off again late on the fastball. No balls, one strike. Well, that game by Verlander was about as good as it gets, and he had struck out 10 the start before that. I believe he struck out 3 in his last start.
Pitched
But he
8 innings.
Made his defense work. There goes the runner. Here comes Jojima's throw. The tag in time. They got him. Caught stealing on the play is Timo Perez. And we've played 3. It's 10-5 Seattle. I know this one.
You do?
I do know this one because I was looking it up before the game, and I didn't even know this was our trivia question. I'm glad I didn't give it away. Maglio has 47 to lead the Tigers right now, and that's why we asked who's the last Tiger to hit 50.
50 doubles. That's a lot of doubles. Long time ago? Recent?
It's been a while.
Been a while?
It's been a while. Got a pinch hitter now for Seattle. Jeremy Reed will pinch hit for Richie Sexson. So the Mariners go to the bench. Virgil Vasquez back out there for his first full inning of work. He came on to get the final out in the third. No balls and 1 strike. Vasquez, Rapada, Grilly, and Bonderman all ready today. We're only in the 4th inning.
Yeah, apparently that hamstring problem that Sexton has is one that is not allowing him to finish this ball game.
In the air to right field, Ordonez coming on to make the play. So Reed in a pinch hitting role is 0 for 1. That'll bring up Kenji Jojima. Jojima was hit by a pitch by Grilly in his last at bat right off the helmet, and it was a fastball, but Jojima immediately got to his feet and walked to first base. When guys are hit in the head, it usually takes them a while to get their senses back. Jojima wasted little time. He eventually came around to score a run after being hit. Vasquez misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Ojima popped this one up. Vasquez is directing traffic. Rebello and Guillen, and it drops between them. Oh boy. That is more than a makeable play. Guillen coming in from first base and Rebello from behind the plate, but neither could make the play.
Yeah, there's got to be more communication. And that's where Carlos really has to take control. A very tough play for Rebello, and Carlos is standing right there. And Carlos has to call him off and make the play.
Yeah, Guillen got there in good enough shape to make that play, and certainly much easier. That's fouled back out of play. Two and two. Ojima earlier this year hit a grand slam against the Tigers. That's rolled to first base. Guillen will make the play, so no damage done on the drop foul pop.
The second baseman, Willie Lucas.
They have given Guillen an error on that play on the pop up, so Carlos is charged with the error. Well, there are two outs, so no damage done, and now Willie Bloomquist. Tigers hoping for a 1-2-3 here, and that breaking ball sailed over Bloomquist's head. 1-0. Seems like every inning for Seattle has been a really drawn out, lengthy inning. 2 in the first, 4 in the second, 4 in the third. 2-0. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike. Virgil Vasquez had himself a very nice season at the minor league level this year. That's low and outside. 3-1. Had 12 wins for Toledo. Boatload of strikeouts, 127, which is tied for second in the International League. And there's ball 4, so it's a 2-out base runner. By the way, our congratulations to the Toledo Mud Hens. Even though they were eliminated in the playoffs, really they were kind of decimated with all the call-ups the Tigers had, and they had very little left for that playoff appearance.
It's amazing they were still able to get into the playoffs with as many of their players that Jim Leyland has had to use this year.
Here's Betancourt. Ball 1.
Kind of surprised we haven't seen Big Red this year.
Yeah.
Big Chris Shelton. We've seen everybody else.
They were talking about that the other day. We were in Leland's office, and he was addressing that. And part of the reason is that he's already got a ton of first basemen on his roster here.
Yeah, he does. Hessman, Guillen, Casey, Timms.
One ball and 1 strike on Betancourt. 2 more hits today as a quick throw goes back to first base.
Pudge Rodriguez even played some first base in the past.
And pretty well.
Yeah. Well, he's an athlete, even though he plays that catching position. He's a pretty good athlete. Gary Thurman, the first base coach over there, has a stopwatch in his hand. And what he is doing with the stopwatch, he's timing the amount of time that it takes from Virgil Vasquez to get the ball from his hand to the glove of Rebello. And that determines whether they believe they can run or not.
Diving stop by Brandon at third. He'll fire to first. Not in time. Great play, but it took too much time to regather himself and the baseball, and it's an infield hit for Betancourt, his 3rd hit today.
One step in a dive, and the ball falls underneath him. He comes up, throws flat-footed, and not really able to get a whole lot on the throw. Nice stretch by Carlos, but Betancourt still able to beat it.
So a walk and an infield single. Seattle has put up another hit, their 11th of the ball game. They lead 10-5. That's going to bring up Ichiro. He's been on base 3 times, but only 1 via a hit. He's walked twice and scored 3.
Very seldom do you see the leadoff hitter hitting for the 4th time in the 4th inning, but it's been one of those kind of afternoons for Detroit. Ichiro's batting average this year against Tigers pitching just .231.
Well, they haven't done him any favors in terms of the batting title chase. Seattle with runners in scoring position today, 5 for 10. 10 opportunities already. Back up the middle into center. That's a base hit. Here comes Granderson throwing to the plate, not in time. Ichiro will take second on the throw. It's an RBI hit for Ichiro. Score Bloomquist, who walked with 2 outs, and that makes it 11-5.
Well, this is what he does, and this is how he gets 200 hits a year. Tremendous concentration. The bat stays in the strike zone a long time. He leads with the bat knob. What a magician he is with the bat. Bloomquist had a tremendous jump off of first base. Must be second base.
And a 2-out walk set that thing up, and that's hit deep in the air to right center field. This ball is up and it's off the wall. This will get 2 more runs in. Beltre is rounding the bag. He's going to third, and he is in with a triple.
They're playing angry today.
Single, double, and a triple for Beltre.
After 2 are out.
13-5 and 4 RBIs for Beltre. 2 out, nobody on, a walk, a single, and a triple. They have 13 hits now. Here's Raul Ibanez, who hit a 3-run homer off Clay Rapada back in the 3rd. He sends this one high in the air to center field. Granderson has room for it, and that is that for Seattle. But another big inning. They score 3 more. It's 13-5. Hey, the question was, who was the last Tiger to hit 50 or more doubles in a season? Maglio has 47 right now. You're going to have to hold on for the answer. There's a strike called on Timo. Okay. Oh, no, we're still going to have to wait. We'll give you one more pitch to think about it. The 0-1. Little chopper hit to the right side. Ranging a long way is Bloomquist. Throw it away. Santiago, not Timo, Santiago on his way to second. And now back to the Aflac question and answer. Did you get it? That's inning 4, by the way. There's your answer. George Kell, 56 in 1950. And meanwhile, Maglio has a chance to get there, but he's going to have to put a few more up on the board. He has 47 to trail the great George Kell. Here is Brandon Inge. Tigers get a man in scoring position, and E4 as Santiago goes to second. And a ball up high to Brandon, who bounced out in his first at bat. Now, when you look at Hernandez, he threw 68 pitches through 3 innings. And he's already put a man on here through no fault of his own, though, in the 4th. There's another ball, 2-0. He may be only able to stick around for 5 if he wants to have a chance of getting a win. Tigers have some work to do. They're down 13-5. And there's another one down low, 3-0. This is how you crawl back into games. You get a break or two with an error. 3-0 on the number 9 hitter. Strike one, 3-1 on Brandon Inge. To right center field, it's down, a base hit. This will get a run in. Santiago comes around to score, and Brandon has an RBI hit. It's 13-6. Inge gets his 65th RBI.
Yeah, much easier to hit a guy like Hernandez, even though he has a fastball in the mid-90s when the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. And Brandon's had a pretty good approach for the last week or so.
So here's the top of the order now. Curtis Granderson, another fabulous day. Single, homer, steal, 2 runs scored. That's fouled off. No balls and 2 strikes on Curtis. 7 Tigers hits. Well, if you were to look up at the scoreboard and you see the Tigers have scored 6 on Hernandez in the 4th inning, you would think you've got a pretty good chance of winning that game, especially with Bonderman starting.
Yeah. Well, Seattle, they posted a lot of crooked numbers up on that scoreboard.
Well, here's some inside information brought to you by Esurance Online Auto Insurance. Curtis Granderson's 22 triples are the most in the majors since Dale Mitchell hit 23 for Cleveland back in 1949. So we've had to go back to 1950 on our Aflac trivia question, 1949 on the triples information. A lot of these things that Granderson has done this year, you've had to dig deep.
Yeah, and they don't happen very often.
Slap foul back out of play.
He's been the best leadoff man in baseball this year.
I would agree with that, and it'd be hard to argue with it.
And he's putting up the kind of numbers that we may see Jim Leyland move him down in the batting order soon.
There's another base hit for Granderson into right field. Inge will go to second and hold there, and the Tigers get the first 3 men on here in the 4th.
You're right. King Felix may not get through the 5th inning today.
Wouldn't that be amazing? They give him 13 runs, and his pitch count is really starting to elevate now. And he can't get outs.
And John McLaren, the manager of the Seattle Mariners, took over at the halfway point approximately after Mike Hargrove stepped down. And McLaren pretty much learned from a real good manager in Lou Piniella. They're good buddies. And he had been with Piniella every step of the way, whether it be Cincinnati, Seattle, Tampa. He has always been on Lou Piniella's staffs.
And he's looking a little nervous right now because the Tigers, he knows, have an offense that can certainly come back in this game. They're down 13-6.
Just keep chipping away and chipping away. Get into that middle relief. of the Seattle Mariners, and Jojima and Hernandez, they really haven't been on the same page all afternoon.
Ryan Fearbend is warming up.
Hernandez has shown Polanco lots of fastballs inside already in this ball game. Polanco may take one and whistle one right past Beltre down at third for a double and drive in a couple of more.
Placido takes inside 1-0.
They continue to pound him inside. It's amazing how one team will come into a series and think they have an idea of how to get you out, and apparently they think the way to get Polanco out is by coming inside on him. But he has a ton of hits in the series, and they really haven't changed their pitch pattern against him.
You often talk about how hitters have to make adjustments, and Polanco has done that this year based on what they try to do to him, and actually with a lot of success in the World Series.
You know, after a guy has had the kind of success that Polanco's had in this series against them,
you change.
You would think that they would change by game 3, but they really have not.
1-1 pitch. There's a strike in the outside corner, 1-2.
That's a real good slider by Hernandez.
Hernandez threw 114 pitches in his last start. That was through 7 innings. He is at 83 right now in the 4th. 83. That's in the air to center. Ichiro has room on this one, and the runners will tag but hold. So Hernandez finally gets it out, but he's going to have to deal with the meat of the order now as Sheffield comes strolling in. Sheffield a walk and a strikeout plus a run scored. 2 very big runs for the Tigers on the bases right now.
Well, he can make it a 13-9 game real quick.
Sheffield has 24 home runs for Detroit in his first year in a Tigers uniform. Two and 0. Sheffield's last home run was August the 10th. That was against the Oakland Athletics. Keep in mind he has missed some time in the interim.
And then there was a stretch there for about 10 days where he's playing and he was hurt.
Swing and a miss. He took a rip on 2-0. Now it's 2-1. Sheff now 0 for his last 19. Two on, 1 out. We're in the 4th inning. There's a strike, 2-2. Tigers have been out hit today, 13-8. Again today, there has only been 1/2 inning in which neither team has been able to score, and that was the bottom of the 3rd for the Tigers. Every other half inning has had at least 1 run and quite a few more, some of those. That's up high, and the count fills now 3-2. Full count. There have been 3 separate 4-run innings between the 2 teams here today already. 3-2 with the runners going, and it's a ground ball hit towards second. Only 1 play as Bloomquist throws to first for the out. Sheffield is gone.
It's a wise decision to start the runners, because had they not started, that would have been an ending double play. So
here's Ordonez. Well, Jim Leyland concerned from the get-go in this one. Bonderman gave up 2 early runs when the Tigers got 4 back. Seattle came back with 4 in the second. And they have led since. Ordonez takes the ball up high. He singled in 2 in the first and now has 125 RBIs. And a 4-game hitting streak going. Now the 1-0. Back up the middle, and it is going to be flagged down by Betancourt, who spins and throws him out.
What a play.
A great play by Unieski. Betancourt saved a hit and 2 runs for the Tigers. Nicely done. To you by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory. And by Bell Tire. Trust us. We'll make you glad you came in. That's a promise. Well, we stagger to the 5th inning in this one. It is 13-6. Seattle in the lead. And Virgil Vasquez is back out there for Detroit. He'll face Guillen, Broussard, and Sexton.
That play by Betancourt to end that inning, it probably saved Felix Hernandez from being taken out of this ball game.
Yeah, I think you're right. They probably would have had to go get him, don't you think?
They had somebody warming up and hot. Great play by Betancourt.
He is a sparkling defender out there at short. Turned in another nice play. 0-2 on Jose Guillen. One ball, 2 strikes. 3 RBIs today for Guillen. He shoots one in the air to deep right center field. Maglio on the run again. He's been doing that all day. It's another ball off the wall out there. And Guillen has his 4th hit and his 2nd double.
It doesn't appear to be a whole lot of wind up there today. The flags aren't really blowing toward right field, but we've seen several balls go up in that direction that have just appeared to get up into some kind of a jet stream and just carry.
$14 hits.
They're taking their frustration out on Tigers pitching today.
Well, and I guess they're also saying we're not done yet in terms of the playoff chase. Although they have really, as a team, struggled.
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago, they were 3 games up in the wild card, and they were 1 game in back of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in the West.
That seems like eons ago.
They have dropped 13 of their last 14 games.
Seattle was a season high 20 games over the 500 mark. They were 73-53. Since then, they're 1-13. That's in the air to center. Granderson is there. Runner tagging. Here comes the throw, and it's cut off. Relay not in time.
The designated hitter.
Guillen moves to third on that play, and you see Seattle is 5 behind New York, so while 5 is not a good spot to be in, they're still very much alive, and especially if they win today.
Yeah, they went from 3 up in the wild card to 5 back in a span of just over 2 weeks.
Meanwhile, New York leading Kansas City 3-0 in the top of the 4th, and yes, you are reading that correctly. A-Rod hit his 52nd. Infield in, it's hit in the air, shallow left field. Timo Perez coming hard to make the catch, and the runner will not be able to score. Timo ran a long way to get to that ball. He might be out of breath. 2 outs. Vasquez trying to strand that runner at third base. Jose Capion is warming up. Here is Kenji Jojima with 2 away. Jojima stepped out.
Yeah, he stepped out. He was asking for timeout from home plate umpire Brian Gorman. Brian Gorman did not give him timeout. The pitch was thrown and still a ball. That's why you have to wait until the umpire gives you timeout as a hitter before you step out of the batter's box.
1-1. We're talking about Vasquez's numbers down at AAA. Virgil this year was 12-5 with a 3.48 earned run average. Threw a couple of complete games this year, made 25 starts. And Jim Leyland was saying recently that he likes his stuff. He just needs a little bit more polish at this point. And that can be said for a lot of the young Tigers pitchers that have had an opportunity this year. Jordan Tata and Andrew Miller.
It's not often you see a pitcher come to the major leagues like a Verlander. And that was pretty much polished when he showed up.
Hit slowly to third. Inge will charge. Side retired for the first time today. Seattle fails to score a run. They leave a man at third. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 13-6. Prestigious conferences in the nation now has its own network, and you can see over 400 live events, including 39 football games, 140 men's basketball games. Big Ten Network is on the air right now. 1-866-WANT-B10 if you would like to ensure that you can get these games. And here come the Tigers now in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Yeah, Michigan folks still wearing their gear proudly, even though they've had a couple of real rough weekends.
Didn't get a whole lot better yesterday, did it?
No, it did not.
It'll be Guillen, Perez, and Rebello here in the 5th inning. Carlos with a double, a walk, and an RBI. High fly ball, a mile high into right field. Guillen waiting for it, one away. So Hernandez, who was bailed out on a great play by his shortstop Betancourt, has a chance to get through 5 innings here. He is approaching 100 pitches. That was that ball that Maglio hit back up the middle. Looked like he was going to drive in 2 more, and that might have been it for him.
It'll be the 2nd consecutive start that Felix has given up at least 6 runs. He did that against the Angels his last time out.
Well, you've had a chance to see him pitch a few times now, Rod, and obviously the word on this kid is, and we've seen his stuff, that he's going to be a star, but what are your impressions?
Well, it looks like he's lacking that 3rd pitch. He's got a fastball, he's got a slider, but very few changeups does he throw. At this level, if you fall behind hitters, as he has done all afternoon long, they're going to score runs against you. He's still got some maturing to do.
Ball up high, 3-0 on Timo Perez.
But he is definitely a top of the rotation type guy.
You know, the same could be said for Bonderman in terms of that 3rd pitch, but his slider is so good, and that has won him a lot of games.
That it has, but Bonderman, the last couple of times he's gone out there, his command has not been all that good, especially in situations where he's gotten ahead of a few hitters.
There's another walk for Hernandez. Timo is on.
He has just fought himself all afternoon long.
3rd walk. We'll bring up Mike Rebello. Hernandez has struck him out twice in this game. Rebello batting .260. Ground ball right back to the mound. Hernandez throws it almost away. What a play down there. Safe at first base. Betancourt to get the out at 2nd. That was a terrific play.
Well, Hernandez is doing everything that he could possibly do to prevent himself from getting a win in this game, and Betancourt continues to bail him out.
He hung him out to dry with that throw.
He's lucky that Betancourt had the kind of athleticism at that position to somehow knock this ball down. This ball behind him. Had to leave his feet, knock it down, gets the out at 2nd, and almost completes the double play.
Looked like Hernandez rushed this play when he could have taken that extra step to make the strong throw.
He may have panicked.
He was sitting on the bag, and he just picked it up. 0-1. You talk about making some flashy plays, Betancourt.
He's bailed him out.
Yeah, he can do it. That looked like a routine double play. Santiago takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramon reaching on an error back in the 4th. He scored a run. Hitting .273. Fouled away. Tigers at one point in this game led 4-2, but it has been all Seattle since, even though Felix Hernandez has done everything he can to give the Tigers some opportunities. He is over the 100 mark now in pitches thrown. Little pop-up, shallow left field, and it is caught by Raul Ibanez. Tigers get a walk, leave a man, 5 in the books, and still Seattle 13-6.
tomorrow against Toronto at 7:05, and Tuesday versus Texas at 1:05, which is the front half of a day-night doubleheader. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. Lots of baseball the next couple of days here at Comerica Park.
Texas coming in, Toronto coming in. Don't forget it's Halladay tomorrow. Halladay and Rogers.
How do you draw Halladay?
1 in 5 chance, and we get Halladay. That's all right. He's beatable.
Yeah, they've had success against him.
In fact, Halladay's ERA is almost 4.
Is it really?
It's 3.94. He's really good, though. The 1-0 is high. 2 balls, no strikes on Willie Bloomquist.
That ballpark he pitches in, though, the Sky Dome in Toronto, is a good hitter's ballpark.
Bouncing ball to third. Inge gobbles it up with a backhand. Shows off the cannon and throws him out.
You know, not only is the Sky Dome artificial surface, but the balls in the air also find the seats too.
1 out for Unieski Betancourt. I think it's Rogers Center these days, but I'm still.
It is Rogers Center.
I hate calling it that. It's always going to be Sky Dome to me. There's a ball down low, 1-0.
These ballparks change names
Daily.
so often. Chicago's had, what, 3 different names already?
Houston has had a couple.
Yep. San Francisco, couple.
Yeah.
Arizona, a couple different names.
Swing and a miss, and Betancourt almost swung out of his shoes in the off-speed pitch. 1-2. Unieski today, aside from a couple of fine defensive plays, has 3 hits. Seattle meaning business today. They came out swinging the bats. Skip in there, and it's 2-2 on Betancourt. Gorgeous day here at the ballpark. Big crowd, but Seattle taking it to the Tigers to the tune of 13 runs in this one.
It's tough to sweep a team in a 3-game series.
It's pulled foul.
No matter how bad that team may be playing at the time, it's tough to sweep.
Well, there's still plenty of time in this one, but Seattle's serving notice that they have no plans of being swept. Here's the 2-2, and it's in the air, center field. This will have Granderson running back, still going back, and he'll make the catch. 2 gone.
Betancourt's got some surprising power for a little fella.
Here's Ichiro with 2 outs. On base 4 times today, and he's up to 350 now. Got a couple of singles, couple of walks. He has scored 3 times. He came in 1 for 9 in the series, but today a much different story. And really the top of the order has done the trick for Seattle. 10 for 13. Yikes. Virgil Vasquez eating up some innings. He came on in the 3rd, pitched through the 4th, the 5th, and now here in the 6th. The 1-1. If you tuned in tardy today, Bonderman was knocked out of this game in the 2nd. When the Mariners scored 4 times, they've had a couple of 4-run innings. 2-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. Ichiro 1 pitch away from walking for the 3rd time today. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Fouled away. Ichiro is among the league leaders in average, in runs scored. Leads the league in hits with 206. Another 200 hit season for Ichiro. And again, Vasquez taking too long, and Ichiro is given time. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Ichiro goes down for the first time today, and for the first time, a 1-2-3 inning. Woohoo! 13-6. Sixth inning. Tigers fans out in big numbers again today. Check that out, Rod. We're Batman and Robin again.
Yeah, I see.
Lots of fans, lots of signs, and despite the score today, they're still having a good time. We haven't gotten our attendance figure yet this afternoon. I would imagine it'll be close to a sellout. The Tigers certainly have an opportunity here to get the bats going, but they're running out of time now. Bottom of the sixth inning, they're down by 7. And they've been out hit 14-8 in this game. Ainge leads it off. He has an RBI in this game, single to drive one in back in the 4th. And now Brandon with a 6-game hitting streak. Ball outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Another one outside. Hernandez out there to answer the bell here in the 6th inning. Now the 2-1 pitch. A base hit for Brandon Inge. He goes the other way. It's his second hit of the ball game. That'll bring up Curtis Granderson, who has provided us today with our Coors Light cold blast, and it happened back in the 2nd inning. Tigers were trailing by just 2 when Granderson went deep. That made it 6-5 at that point. Curtis hitting his 21st of the year. He desperately wanted to get to the 20 plateau, and when he hit number 20 a couple of nights ago, he said, boy, that took a little bit of pressure off, because when you get so close to benchmarks like that, you tighten up a little bit.
Absolutely.
And he's gone beyond 20 now with his 21st today.
His improvement from day one last year to this point this year has been astounding. The adjustments he's made in the batter's box, still striking out more than he would like to, but stealing bases, playing defense, hitting early in counts.
He brought up something interesting in his last at bat. We saw the Indians this year move Grady Sizemore for a spell down in the lineup, and really, when you start to look at some of these power numbers now, he may have to be moved a little bit lower in this lineup.
Whenever Jim Leyland feels like he has another guy that can lead off for him and be as efficient as Granderson is, as he just whistles another one into the outfield for his 4th hit of the day.
Wow.
He is amazing, and when Leyland finds that player, I'm sure he'll entertain the thought of moving Granderson down a little further in the batting order. I mean, his swing today has just been unbelievable. Very little movement. You see the head directly down on the baseball. You can draw an imaginary line right down the center of his body, which means he has himself in a real good position.
Meanwhile, John McLaren says that'll do it.
I was surprised Felix went out there for the 5th inning, the 6th inning, really, to be honest with you.
Well, he has given up 2 singles, and he will be taken out of this game as they go to the bullpen. So Seattle makes a change. We'll be back. It is 13-6. Nobody out. They have knocked Felix Hernandez out of this game in a 13-6 ball game, and the numbers on Hernandez not all that impressive.
No, when you give up 10 hits and you leave in a situation where it looks like you still have a chance to win, you scattered 10 hits, but when you're losing, you got lit up, and he pretty much got lit up today.
Yeah, he did. The problem is the Seattle offense has been a juggernaut today. So the 2 runners on the bases are still the property of Hernandez, and Sean Green is the new pitcher.
Yeah, they saw him in last night's game. Throws a little 2-seam fastball. He likes to run in on the right-hander's hands. He has good movement with that pitch. Also a decent breaking ball. Numbers not all that bad this year. 48 strikeouts and 59 in the 3rd innings.
Well, the heart of the order coming up with 2 men on, nobody out. Placido Polanco has 2 more hits today. Polanco now has 177 hits. That's a career high. And 95 runs scored. That's a career high.
I think we're going to see quite a few guys with career numbers when it's all said and done this year.
Ball outside.
Granderson, Polanco, Ordonez, also Guillen.
You're going to have the top 2 guys in the Tigers lineup each scoring 100 or more runs before this season is over.
Sheffield has a legitimate chance of getting there too.
2-1. Yeah, he sure does. He scored 98.
More than a legitimate chance.
Ground ball foul, so make that your top 3. And Ordonez.
He can't be far behind.
No, he can't. He's already there. That's how impressive this offense has been this season as a whole.
But it really validates the point that we bring up quite often. You can have all the offense that you really want to have, and you can put up great offensive numbers as the guys have put up, but if you don't have the pitching to go along with it, a lot of times you're on the outside looking in when the calendar turns to October.
There go the runners. The chopper back up the middle. Betancourt again hits the bag and throws to first. You got to be kidding me with this guy. Unieski Betancourt picked that ball up right behind the bag, hit it for 1 out, and then relayed for the double play.
Well, people will tell you that get a chance to watch him on a day-to-day basis that he's one of the better shortstops in the league. But he has committed a lot of errors this year, but he has made some dazzling plays today. He has been a human highlight film by himself today.
2 outs, runner at third. Sheffield stands in. Ball 1. Sheffield 0 for 2 with a walk. And there's ball 2 high. It's amazing how many pitchers are willing to put Sheffield on with the year that Ordonez has had behind him. Leading the league in hitting. Sheffield rarely gets anything to hit, at least a couple of times a night. And he's ahead of the count now, 3-0. They're about to walk him for the second time. The 3-0 pitch. He caught the outside corner. 3-1. Sean Green is out of Louisville, Kentucky. It's pulled foul. 3-2. Green also attended the University of Louisville. Hey, look at the Royals. 3-3. Way to go. Top of the 5th.
That's with Chen-Ming Wong on the mound for New York.
They want the appeal. Did not go. Ball 4. Second walk of the game for Sheffield. That'll put him at the corners for Maglio.
Maglio robbed the last time he was up on the sensational play by Betancourt. A couple of runners were on as well. He would have driven them both in.
He's 1 for 3 today, and he takes a breaking ball outside. Sean Green is the first Louisville Cardinal ever to pitch in the big leagues. Coming out of the Seattle pen, which is well stocked these days with all the call-ups they've had. One and one on Maglio Ordonez. Tigers have had a walk and 2 singles in this inning, but a big double play has helped Seattle out.
Louisville's always been known as a basketball powerhouse,
and even football recently, but not so much baseball. Shoots that one foul back out of play. 2-2 on Ordonez. Tigers got most of their runs in the first inning. 4 of their 6 came in the first. And Ordonez was part of that with a 2-run hit. Bouncing ball to the right side. Another base hit. Another RBI for Maglio Ordonez. Inge comes around to score. 2 for 4 today for Mags.
I bet you Maglio's gotten about 70 hits in this area this year, right between first and second. A little 2-seam fastball, stays inside the ball, lets it get deep in the strike zone, and unselfishly hits the ball the other way.
So again, a 2-out walk to Sheffield set that at bat up, and Maglio comes through again. 3rd RBI. John McLaren is out.
He's got a left-hander warming up. Is he going to take a page out of Ozzie Guillen's book and turn Guillen around to the other side? Apparently so.
Seems to be the script that they're all following. So Seattle again goes to the bullpen. Sean Green is out of there. We'll be back in a 13-7 game. And we're right back with you tomorrow. Tigers host the Toronto Blue Jays in a makeup game from earlier in the season. Coverage begins with Tigers Live pregame at 6:30. Tigers and Jays tomorrow night on FSN Detroit, and also available in high definition on FSN HD. Eric O'Flaherty is in now for Seattle.
Pretty good opponent's batting average for O'Flaherty. They're hitting just .237 against him. 7-1 record as well. He's been good for them out of the bullpen. But we told you their bullpen first half of the season was one of the best, if not the best, in the game.
Carlos Guillen takes a strike. So Guillen batting from the right side. They turn him around. And O'Flaherty's 0-1.
I guess by teams turning Guillen around to the right side, they're really just trying to keep him in the ballpark because his numbers aren't that different. I mean, from a batting average standpoint, hitting left-handed and right-handed, he's just about dead even. But I guess they feel like he's got much more power hitting left-handed. Of course, John McLaren knows Guillen very well. He was on Lou Piniella's staff when Guillen was performing for the Seattle Mariners.
Well, Guillen has hit 6 home runs and 105 at-bats from the right side. What was that? That's got to be a block. And it is. Move the runners up. That was odd looking. Now a base hit gets you 2 runs, and it's a much different game. Clarence thinking, what's going on here?
What did he do?
Yeah, what do I do here? Balk. He just kind of got hung up. Couldn't throw the ball. Now Guillen, a base hit away from getting 2 more in. Swing and a miss. Didn't matter. Struck him out. So O'Flaherty, despite the block, strikes out Guillen. Side retired. We go to the 7th. To you by Comerica. We listen, we understand, we make it work. It's our Comerica game summary. The Mariners leading big here today. Granderson, a huge afternoon. He's homered again. The Mariners' top 4 have been great. And Bonderman lasted an inning and a third, which ties his shortest career outing. Meanwhile, Virgil Vasquez heads back out there.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest differences between being a starter and a reliever. As a starter, if you just last 1 1/3 innings and you don't do well, you have to wait 5 days before you go back out there.
Inge charges that ball and throws him out.
And of course, a reliever, you can get right back in the ball game the next day to get that taste out of your mouth.
So 1 away, and that'll bring up Raul Ibanez. Ibanez hit a 3-run home run. It was off of Clay Rapada, who was the new left-hander the Tigers picked up. He faced only one batter. Ibanez took him deep, and that was it. Rebello stops that one. It's 1 ball, 1 strike on Ibanez. Two balls, 1 strike on Ibanez, their number 3 hitter. 8-game hitting streak now for Ibanez. Tips it into the glove. 2-2. Slap to right field, and it's in there for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. And that'll bring up their cleanup man, Jose Guillen, who's been outstanding today.
Well, he doubled back in the very first inning against Bonderman, and then he came up in the second inning and singled, so he's had an outstanding day. Yeah, but a lot of their hitters in the lineup today, especially the first 3-4 hitters, have had very productive offensive days.
Well, Guillen then went on to pick up an infield hit in the 3rd and then doubled in his last at bat, so he's 4 for 4 in the Seattle ball club with 15 hits.
Well, you knew sooner or later Seattle would bust out of it. And when you've been playing as poorly as they have the last couple of weeks, they were due for this type of game. Unfortunately, it came at the Tigers' expense.
That's popped up. See if it stays in play for Inge. It looks like it might, and it will.
There is some wind up there. That ball was headed to the seats. But apparently there's some wind that's blowing the ball back toward fair territory. And we've seen several balls head out to right field today that appear to be just fly balls. A couple have carried out of here, and several to the base of the wall. You see the flags blowing briskly toward right field.
2 gone, and now Ben Broussard. He's 0 for 3. Bouncing ball back up the middle. This will be a routine play, turned into be a close play, but a force nonetheless. Side retired. Nothing doing for Seattle here in the 7th inning. Tigers hold them off the board, but they're still trailing 13-7 here at the ballpark on a beautiful sunny day here at Comerica Park. The final game in the series. A crowd of almost 40,000 fans enjoying this one here this afternoon. And we've got a special treat because God Bless America is about to be sung by a special person. Darby Dombrowski, who is the 9-year-old daughter of Dave Dombrowski, the Tigers president, general manager. She is getting ready as we speak right now to sing God Bless America in front of a 40,000 crowd here at the ballpark. And Darby Dombrowski will sing God Bless America.
Please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your hats. And please welcome Darby Dombrowski as she sings God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Our score, and Marcus Thames will pinch hit now for Timo Perez. It'll be Thames to start things off. Rebello is next. And Adam Jones is the new right fielder, so Guillen is out of the ball game. Both teams starting to go to the bench here late in this one. 13-7. Tigers down 6. Thames pulls one to third on a short hop, knocked down by Beltre. One away. Well, going on here at Comerica Park today, it's a special day, by the way. This is the first stitch and pitch event here at the ballpark where fans can get together and, believe it or not, they can knit, crochet, cross stitch, needlepoint, embroider, whatever your bag is. It's the first stitch and pitch event here at Comerica Park. They've done this around baseball, and they are participating here at Comerica Park as well.
How about that?
I do not stitch, nor
Stitch
do I
and pitch.
embroider. Do you needlepoint at all, Rod?
I don't do any of that.
No. That's lifted in the air to right field and hit well. Jones on the move. He'll go to the wall to make the catch. Rebello put a charge into that one. 2 gone.
Jones, huge prospect in their organization, had an outstanding year at Tacoma in AAA, and he is definitely in their future.
What did you call him last time we talked about him?
I don't remember.
Here's Santiago. Funny how the mind works sometimes.
Yeah, I tell you, I can remember a lot of things, but I really don't remember what I called it.
Okay, well, I can't either then. Santiago is 0 for 3 and a swing and a miss. Well, on a day in which the Tigers put up 7 runs and 11 hits, the Seattle offense has been a whole lot better. Swing and a miss. Santiago goes down quickly and quietly, no Flaherty gets him 1-2-3. Will go to the 8th.
Raiders game is overturned back to FSN for Lions Live. Post-game edition, Mickey York, Trevor Thompson, and Rob Rubik have post-game reaction and analysis. That's Lions Live post-game edition tonight at 7:30, or as soon as the Lions game ends, only on FSN Detroit.
Lions and the Raiders out on the left coast. Marcus Thames stays in the ball game, and he'll play left field. Tigers down as we go to the 8th inning. 13-7 is our score. They had a 4-game winning streak coming into this one. Jose Campion is in now for Detroit. Campion's first pitch is off speed. It's outside to Jeremy Reed. Reed's had a couple of at-bats, came on for Sexton earlier in the ball game. Strike called, 1-1. Oh for 2 in the ball game for Reed. 2 balls and 1 strike. 26 hits between the two ball clubs in this game. So Campion comes on for Virgil Vasquez, who pitched from the 3rd inning on through the 7th. Slap toward left, but foul, back out of play. 4 1/3 innings to be exact for Vasquez today. Reed and then Jojima and then Bloomquist here in the 8th inning for Seattle. Here is Campion's 2-2 pitch. Ripped in the air to right center field. That is going to be extra bases. It's down. It goes to the wall. It might be a triple. Reed rounds the bag. He's going to try for 3, and he'll make it easily. He is in standing up with a 3-base hit.
They have gone extra base crazy in this game today. Yeah, Maglio and also Granderson, boy, they have needed some track shoes on today. Granderson had Reed shaded over in left center field and had to run a long way to get to this ball.
Well, the Tigers now are going to pull the infield in. Jojima looks at a ball inside, 1-0. That is the 16th hit for Seattle now. Broke his bat, shattered his bat as a matter of fact, and it's fouled away. Jojima, of course, back in the 3rd, took one off his helmet. And a pitch that got away from Grilly.
Hit him right at the top of the helmet and hit him flush, but kind of grazed off the top.
You know, and they say that's going to leave a mark. It did on his helmet, fortunately. One and one. He's got a new bat to work with now. Infield in for Detroit. Can't afford to give up any more here. Way inside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Cavion's got some good stuff. Fastball 95. He's got a decent slider. They got him from Milwaukee earlier this year when they were having bullpen issues.
Bouncing ball back up the middle. Fielded by Rayburn at second. He'll check the runner. So Reed does not score. With the infield in, it worked that time. They'll still keep them in now with Bloomquist. That's hit the other way and through. A base hit. Bloomquist has an RBI. He has his 2nd hit of the day, and Reed, who tripled, comes around to score, and that's a big run for the Mariners now, who have made it a 7-run game. They just continue to pile on here. And Bloomquist gets his 13th RBI of the year. One of those days for the skipper and Gene Lamont.
Only hitter that has not gotten a hit in their lineup has been Big Ben Broussard, their first baseman.
Yeah, you don't want to be the guy in the lineup that does not have a hit on a day in which your team has put up 17. Betancourt, meanwhile, has had 3 hits. 2 singles, a double, and an RBI. To center field for Granderson. Two outs.
The center fielder, Ichiro Suzuki.
Of course, on a football Sunday, a 14-7 score makes sense.
That it does.
Too bad it's not the other way around. Here's Ichiro batting again. This will be his 6th plate appearance. He's walked twice. He has 2 singles.
And Tigers still have some time to score a touchdown.
Can you go for 2?
Yeah, you can.
That put him ahead. Playing behind the runner defensively at first base with Ichiro up there, and a big spread in the 8th, and a strike called. 0-1.
And Carlos is playing very close to Bloomquist and then backing up. But even if he was to back up to start with, I'd be surprised if Bloomquist took off with a 7-run lead in the 8th.
Bouncing ball. It's going to get through. A base hit. Ichiro with his 3rd hit today. Bloomquist goes all the way to 3rd. So Ichiro had struggled in the series. Not today, though.
Really, he had struggled all year against Tigers pitching. And going into that at bat, to Ichiro with a .244 batting average against Detroit pitching this year.
So with a run already in, they're threatening for more here. And here's Beltre, who is a home run away from the cycle.
Yeah, you know he'll be going for it too.
He had that chance back in the 7th and grounded out.
He knows exactly what's at stake. He'll be up there turning and burning.
The Mariners have had 3 cycles in their career, or in their history. Their last one was courtesy of John Olerud back in 2001.
What a hitter he was.
Buhner and Alex Rodriguez, the other 2. Swing and a miss. He went for it, but he didn't get it. Another run in for Seattle. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Brought to you by Chevy. The Chevy Model Year-End event is here, and it's open 24/7. Just click and go to Chevy.com. And by Comcast. Save big with the Comcast Triple Play. Back here at Comerica Park. Going to need some serious rally caps for the Tigers right now. We go to the bottom of the 8th, and it's 14-7. And the Tigers have Inge to lead things off. Brandon has 2 hits and an RBI today. Batting .245 now. He's driven in 65, and his hitting streak has gone to 6 in a row. Granderson is due up next, but Cameron Maben has moved to the on-deck circle. There's the rookie Maben. We'll get an at bat here in the 8th. Strike called, 1-2. Eric O'Flaherty came on in the 6th. And a swing and a miss. He has himself another strikeout.
O'Flaherty has looked outstanding since coming into the ball game, but we put up his numbers when he came in, and he has had an outstanding season.
That's his third strikeout. And now Cameron Maben will test him. Maben for Granderson. Curtis a 4-for-4 day. Tried to check it, and he went around. Strike is called by Paul Nartz down at first base.
Yeah, it's got to be tough for a young player like Maben, although he's enjoying spending time in the major leagues for the very first time in his career. It's tough when you get one at bat in a week to really be all that successful. That doesn't mean he can't go up there and get a base hit, but it's got to be tough for a young player that's accustomed to playing every single day.
He was on the pregame show a couple of days ago, Tigers Live pregame with John Keating, and John asked him a great question. Do you think it was a little bit too much too early for you to get to the big leagues right now? And Maben said not at all. He said this experience has been tremendous. It's been a great learning experience. And that's something he'll be able to store back in the memory banks. Obviously, he'll be playing in the minor leagues next year. And Leyland has said as much. He's just not ready for this level. But this experience that he has gotten here has really been valuable.
Jim said that more than likely he'd be in the minors next year.
He did. He said that a couple of days ago. Now, that all could change in spring training. Who knows? But I think the feeling for the organization is that he's looking at more minor league time to start next season.
He is scheduled to play in the Arizona Fall League this year, which would give him a lot of experience. Lots of good players play out in Arizona in the fall.
Just got a piece of that one staying alive. Yeah, that's a good league. You see a lot of great prospects go to the Fall League. So he'll be matched up with some of the better young players.
I was fortunate enough very early in my coaching career to coach in the Arizona Fall League, and there were some great players in the league that year. Nomar Garcia-Parra, Charles Johnson, very talented catcher, Derek Jeter, and the list goes on and on. Just a wealth of talent.
Ground ball to short where Betancourt gobbles it up, throws it in the dirt, but it's scooped by Broussard. 2 outs. Well, make sure your name is on the waiting list for 2008 Tigers season tickets. Deposits are being taken now for full and partial season ticket plans. If you're not already a Tigers season ticket holder, make the date for 2008 by calling 313-471-BALL or visit Tigers.com. Ryan Rayburn gets his first at bat of the afternoon. Eleven hits today. Polanco had 2 before departing. Granderson had 4. Maglio 2. Inge 2. Rayburn pops it up. Foul ground. And it will be caught by Broussard on a slide. Nice play. Tigers are out 1-2-3. We're going to the 9th. 14-7 Seattle. Back here at Comerica Park, we go to the top of the ninth inning. It is 14-7. Seattle in the lead in this one. And they are trying to avoid the sweep. They're in pretty good shape right now. We have a couple of defensive changes. Cameron Maben stays in the game to play center field, and Brent Cleveland is the new right fielder. Ordonez and Granderson are both out of the game.
Talking to Brent Cleveland today, and I was asking him about his season this year, and he said it wasn't very good. He said he broke his finger very early, missed a couple of months, and said he never was able to recover from that.
Ibanez will roll out for the first outs of the inning. Well, his numbers weren't Cleveland-esque, that's for sure, and what he had done last year. But we've seen the raw potential that this guy has at this level. He hit a ball out of Fenway Park last year.
Number 10, Adam Jones.
Here's Adam Jones now with one out, his first at bat of the day. Breaking ball strike, 0-1. Jones has one big league homer. Pulls that one in the air toward left, and it's going to drop. Base hit. One out single. Well, this might be the last chance for Ben Broussard to pick up a hit today. 19 hits for Seattle, and he does not have one.
He just made a dazzling play, though.
Bouncing ball hit to the right side. Guillen has it. Long toss to Capion for the out. Two gone. Jones goes to second base. Don't forget tomorrow. It's going to be a good one here. Rogers and Halladay for the makeup game.
Kenny Rogers looked pretty good his last time out, first start after about a month on the disabled list, and Halladay always looks good. He is one of the better right-handed pitchers in the game of baseball today.
Airtime tomorrow night with Tigers Live pregame at 6:30. Jeremy Reed looks at a strike. Most hits the Mariners have had in a game this year is 20. That is their season high. They are one short of that. Ground ball hit to first. Guillen takes it himself, and that's all for Seattle. So we go to the bottom of the ninth with Seattle up by 7. Seven in favor of Seattle. Quite a day today, regardless of the score, by Curtis Granderson.
A milestone type day for Curtis Granderson when he stole his 20th base back in the first inning.
Jimmy John's delivery of the game, Curtis Granderson. And it's some select company for Granderson. only players this century with 20 triples, 20 doubles, 20 homers, and 20 steals in a single season, one of 3. So congratulations to Curtis. I'm sure he's more concerned with the score today other than personal accomplishments, but he's had quite a few this year. J.J. Putz is on.
Yeah, they really have not been able to get Putz in too many games the last couple of weeks. And this is one game where John McLaren wouldn't have used him had he been getting consistent work.
Sheffield fouls one away.
Putz's numbers were so good at the All-Star break that Jim Leyland chose him as the closer to close out the All-Star game when the American League were leading in San Francisco. Didn't get the final out, so he struggled in the inning that he gave him, but nonetheless, he was the chosen one.
High fly ball, right center field, one away. That'll bring up Brent Cleveland, who will get his first at bat. Ordonez finished the game 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Maglio with 5 hits in this series. Cleveland hit .220 at AAA Toledo. 7 home runs this year. Tried to hold up, but couldn't do it.
Well, the one thing about Cleveland, even though his numbers are down this year, Leyland knows that he can play the game at a high level. And that's really one of the reasons why he got called up to the big leagues. That and the fact that Maglio is going to be getting a few days off whenever Leyland can spell him in the outfield. And I know he likes Cleveland in right field.
Got to like his arm, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He's got talent. Tremendous talent. It's just a matter of putting it all together.
Swing and a miss. He dusted him with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball out of the strike zone. 2 gone. Tigers down to their final out. And it'll be Carlos Guillen. Carlos has a double and an RBI. We'll try and keep it going here. Tigers have 11 hits today. But Putz trying to put this one in the win column for Seattle, and they would avoid the sweep. It would also bring to an end the Tigers' 4-game winning streak. Fouled away, 0-1. 97 miles an hour from Putz. Looks like New York has gone ahead of Kansas City in the bottom of the 7th. They lead it now 5-3. Meanwhile, tonight, Cleveland is playing in Anaheim again against the Angels. Weaver and Laffey in that game.
CC Sabathia pitched a pretty nice game against the Angels last night.
0-2 on Carlos Guillen. 94 driven in now for Carlos. He doubled one in back in the first. And the Tigers had their only lead, 4-2.
Well, the game is all about starting pitching. That is for sure. And when you get good starting pitching and you have the kind of offense the Tigers have, you're in most games. Unfortunately for Bonderman, did not have his good stuff today.
Ripped to right field, base hit. Second hit today for Guillen. He keeps it going.
That fastball was at 97 miles an hour, and Guillen took it and hit a C back to the pull field. That's talent. You young kids at home, hit your fastballs. If you can hit a fastball, then you can play for a while in this game.
Ball outside, 1-0 on Marcus Thames.
It's a big weekend for you anyway, though. It's like the first week of fantasy football, isn't it?
It is. It's always a big weekend, that first weekend. Always a lot of fun. After this one is over, you have a chance to go watch the Lions on television, of course.
And then you can start making deals like after Monday morning, you can start making deals if you want to.
No,
huh?
you can make them now if you want.
Really?
Yeah, before the first game you could have. I think guys want to see what their team's going to do for a week or two before they start messing with it. Here's the 1-1. This should do it. It's in the air to center. Ichiro is under it, and Seattle avoids a sweep as they win in convincing fashion here today over the Tigers, 14-7. We'll be back with more from Comerica right after this.